They say some rules are best left unbroken. Here at Night Creepypasta Rules, we explore what happens when they are. Welcome to your weekly fix of the finest, most unnerving creepypasta rules horror. This isn't just a video, it's a dare. And tonight's collection culminates in a twist so insidious you'll be replaying it in your mind long after the screen goes dark. Trust me, you need to see this one through to its chilling conclusion. What rules do you think are unbreakable? Let the shadows know in the comments. And if you're drawn to the darkness, if you seek thrills that linger, then subscribe. Become part of the night. Steel your nerves. The stories are waiting. And the ending is worth the feat. The static still crackles in my nightmares, a sound like tearing silk, promising an audience I never asked for. A congregation of the sleepless and the long since silent. 99.6 FM wasn't just a radio station I'd washed up at Aft. Our big market career imploded spectacularly alongside my marriage. It was a crumbling mausoleum of forgotten voices, tucked away in the deepest, fog-choked folds of rural Pennsylvania. The signal here was notoriously unreliable, prone to drifts and ghostly incursions of other distant broadcasts, and the silences between songs felt heavier, more pregnant with unspoken things than any dead air I'd ever known. My first night, the station manager, a man named Henderson, whose eyes held the weary resignation of someone perpetually listening for a sound he desperately hoped never to hear again, handed me a greasy, coffee-stained sheet of paper with 3 rules. Station quirks, he'd called them, his voice raspy. For our unique demographic. Rule 1. Never ignore calls from children asking for bedtime stories. Some young spirits, he'd mumbled, need comfort to rest peacefully. Rule 2. Play the memorial hour every night at 2 a.m. sharp for listeners who request songs for deceased loved ones. And Rule 3. Delivered with a haunted look that made the hairs on my neck prickle. If you start hearing clear, reversed messages in the broadcast audio, well, he just trailed off then, his gaze lost in the dusty shadows of the control room. The DJ I replaced, a kid named Leo, apparently heard one too many backward whispers. They found his booth empty a month ago, the on-air lights still blinking, a half-eaten sandwich on the console. WUMR was a relic, a testament to analog slow decay. The building itself sagged, paint peeling like sunburned skin, the call letters above the door missing the EK. Inside, the air was a thick cocktail, dust from countless unswept corners, the hot, metallic tang of aging vacuum tubes, the ghosts of 1,000 stale coffees, and beneath it all, a faint, almost imperceptible floral scent. Lilies, maybe, or carnations, like a funeral home's lingering memory. My footsteps echoed on the cracked linoleum of the main corridor, each sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. Maya Reeds, my co-host and the station's engineer, was already there, a silhouette against the dim glow of the control board. She was young, maybe late 20s, with dark, intense eyes that seemed to absorb more light than they reflected. She moved with a quiet, precise economy, her fingers dancing over the ancient mixing console, as if it were an extension of her own nervous system. "Danny Marks, right?" she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper without turning. "Mic check in 5. Don't touch the EQ on channel 3. It's sensitive." There was no welcome, just a focused, almost obsessive intensity. Anderson, after his brief, unnerving orientation, had practically fled, leaving me with Maya and the ghosts of broadcasts past. The studio was a cave of shadows and blinking lights. The silence before my first track spun was profound. "All right, night owls and insomniacs," I said, my voice once at home booming across Chicago's airwaves, now feeling small and tinny in this forgotten place. This is Danny Marks, and you're listening to WMR 99.6 FM, your companion through the witching hours. Barely an hour into my shift, the coal light blinked. I picked up. WQMR, you're on the air. A pause. Then a small, hesitant voice, like wind through dry reeds. Hello? Is this the story man? It was a child, a girl, her voice strangely formal. Old-fashioned. Could you play The Land of Nod? Mama used to sing it. The line crackled with a sudden violent burst of static, a sound like a fingernail drawn across a chalkboard, making me wince. Then, silence. The call had dropped. The floral scent in the studio seemed, for a moment, to intensify. The early days at WQMR settled into a strange, nocturnal rhythm. The station, with its outdated tech and pervasive air of neglect, felt less like a workplace and more like a time capsule, slowly surrendering to the encroaching wilderness and its own internal decay. The calls from children, rule number once, became a regular, unsettling feature of the pre-dawn hours. Their voices were always soft, tinged with an unchildlike melancholy. Their requests for obscure lullabies or half-forgotten bedtime stories eerily specific. One little boy, who called himself Tommy, asked for a story about a lost puppy finding its way home through a dark woods, his voice glitching in and out, layered with a faint, whispering echo that wasn't on his end of the line. I found myself treating these calls with a strange, almost tender care, my professional cynicism eroded by their palpable, inexplicable sorrow. Maya would watch me during these interactions, her dark eyes unreadable, her usual intense focus on the control board softening into something else, something I couldn't quite name. Carl Gentry, the station's veteran maintenance man, would often be there when I arrived, nursing a thermos of coffee that smelled like tar, his face a roadmap of late nights and untold stories. This old place hums with more than just electricity, son, he grunted one evening, tightening a loose connection on the ancient transmitter rack. Got a long memory. WKMR does. Some listeners, they just never quite tune out, you know? He'd then trail off, staring into the flickering guts of the machine, as if seeing something I couldn't. Oh, well, it was during my second week, while doing a routine playback check of my previous night show. Henderson was a stickler for maintaining broadcast standards, a grim joke given the state of the equipment, that I first encountered the chilling reality of rule number 3 in a stretch of supposed dead air between a blues track and a station ID. I heard it, a faint, almost subliminal whisper, buried deep in the hiss of the aging tape. Curious, I isolated the segment, loaded it into the editing software Maya used, and hit reverse. My blood ran cold. Clear as a bell, a distorted guttural voice speaking slowly, deliberately. Bridge collapse, Highway 12. Dawn. 3 cars fall. Drop. I shook my head, a nervous laugh escaping me. Auditory pareidolia. My mind, sleep-deprived and marinating in the station's creepy ambience, was playing tricks. It had to be. But the specificity. 3 cars fall. I saved the file, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. The next morning, as I drove home through the gray, misty dawn, the local news update on the car radio crackled to life. A freak structural failure. An early morning bridge collapse on Highway 12, just as the sun was rising. 3 vehicles, they said, had plunged into the ravine below. The floral scent, the one from the studio, seemed to fill my car, cloying and funereal. The bridge collapse, the reversed prophecy. It gnawed at me, a parasitic worm of disbelief and dawning, terrible understanding. I started listening to everything with a new heightened awareness, straining to hear the voices beneath the static, the messages hidden in the silences. Sleep became a battlefield of fragmented whispers and images of falling steel. Then came the memorial hour. Rule number 2. Every night at 2 a.m. sharp, Maya prepped for it with a meticulous, almost reverent intensity, her fingers flying across the board, adjusting levels, checking connections the old-fashioned way, by feel and sound. The calls began almost as soon as the segment's mournful theme music faded. Voices thick with grief requested songs for lost husbands, wives, children, friends. The air in the studio grew palpably colder during that hour, the silence between calls heavier, more profound. The scent of lilies and carnations became almost overpowering, as if a spectral florist were arranging bouquets just out of sight. I felt like an unwilling medium, a reluctant conductor of sorrow, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to find some rational explanation for the station's oppressive atmosphere. I began exploring WQMR's forgotten corners during my off hours. In a dusty, locked storage room in the basement, a space that smelled of mildew and decaying paper, I found them. Stacks of reel-to-reel tapes, hundreds of them. Archives of broadcasts stretching back decades. Many were labeled with the name Ira Voss. His on-air voice, when I threaded one of the old tapes onto a wheezing, resurrected player, was a revelation. Rich, baritone, charismatic. With an undercurrent of profound melancholy, he'd hosted a late-night jazz and blues show, interspersed with philosophical musings and poetry readings. Then I found the last box. The tapes were dated October 2003. One, labeled Ira Voss, final broadcast, cut off abruptly mid-sentence. Ira was just starting to introduce a song for the memorial hour, with a prolonged, violent burst of what sounded like high-voltage electrical static, followed by a chilling, echoing silence. The timestamp on the tape box, 2:03 a.m. Carl. When I hesitantly asked him about Ira Voss, spat a stream of coffee into a nearby drain. Ira, he'd said, his voice low, his eyes darting towards the humming transmitter rack. Yeah, I remember Ira. Good man. Deep thinker. Too deep, maybe. Vanished. Poof. Right off the airwaves. Middle of the memorial hour. October of '03. Some of the old-timers, the ones who were listening that night, they swear they still hear his voice sometimes, caught in the signal, like a ghost in the machine. He shook his head. This station, it collects things, Danny. Voices, memories, maybe more. Later that night, alone in the studio, re-listening to one of Ira's earlier, seemingly innocuous broadcasts from the 90s, I heard it. During a quiet instrumental passage, almost buried beneath the saxophone, was a whisper. My own name, Danny, clear, unmistakable, followed by a faint, breathy giggle, like a child hiding just out of sight. The studio lights flickered. The floral scent, stronger than ever, filled the room, cold and suffocating. The phantom whisper of my name, woven into a decades-old broadcast, shattered any lingering hope of rational explanation. Blackridge wasn't just haunted, it was aware, and rule number 3 became my unwilling obsession. I started meticulously recording every second of my own shows, spending hours with headphones clamped on, sifting through the static, isolating and reversing snatches of garbled sound. The prophecies came with chilling regularity. Apartment fire, Elm Street, 3 souls, smoke claims them. A news report the next day confirmed it. Pile up, interstate, sudden fog, twisted metal. It happened just after dawn. Each accurate prediction was another nail in the coffin of my sanity, another layer of icy dread coating my soul. The weight of this unsolicited clairvoyance, this terrible passive knowledge of impending doom, was a crushing burden. I tried once, after deciphering a particularly clear warning about a gas leak at a local diner. I called the fire department, anonymously. They'd listened, then a weary, cynical voice had asked if I'd been drinking. The diner was fine. The next morning, a different diner, 2 towns over. The one next to the one I had named made the news. A faulty gas line. A small explosion. Thankfully, no serious injuries. The spirits, it seemed, were not always precise. Or perhaps my interpretation was flawed. My attempts to intervene were clumsy, useless, making me sound like a crank. The helplessness was a new kind of torment. Maya's behavior grew more focused. Her dedication to the memorial hour bordered on fanatical. I'd often find her in the small, cramped engineering room off the main studio, surrounded by schematics of the station's ancient transmitter array, scribbling complex equations into a dog-eared notebook. Once, I caught a glimpse of a page before she quickly covered it. It was filled with notes on electromagnetic wave propagation, resonance frequencies, and, scrawled repeatedly in the margins, the name Michael, circled and underlined, sometimes with a tiny, heartbreaking question mark beside it. The name meant nothing to me then, but the intensity of her focus was unnerving. She seemed to be treating the station not as a broadcaster of music, but as an instrument, one she was meticulously, obsessively tuning. The calls from the children continued, their voices sometimes clearer, sometimes more disturbingly distorted. One little girl, Lily, who always asked for twinkle, twinkle, little star, began to whisper warnings amidst her song requests. The tower hums too loud, Storyman. It wakes the others, the ones who don't like stories. Then Carl Gentry vanished. He'd been jumpier than usual for days, his eyes constantly darting to the shadows, muttering about hearing his name in the static. Too clear, too close. He told me, his voice trembling, that Ira Voss had started answering him in the dead air. One morning, Carl just wasn't there. His ancient pickup truck was still in the parking lot. His half-full thermos of cold coffee sat on his workbench in the maintenance shed, a single, perfectly formed white carnation lying beside it, beads of impossible dew still clinging to its petals. That night, alone in the deepening dread, I searched Carl's abandoned workspace, tucked inside a battered copy of an old radio engineering manual in Ira Voss's old locker, a locker Carl had apparently adopted. I found a small, charred, leather-bound journal. Many pages were burned beyond legibility, but the last few entries were chillingly clear. Ira's familiar, elegant script, now jagged, panicked. Walk 19, 2003. The signal is a door. They want more than songs. They want voices. My voice. Oct 20. The children try to warn, but their whispers are drowned out. The frequency. She's changing it. She doesn't understand what she's inviting. Oct 21. Maya. Her grief is a beacon. Michael isn't the only one listening. The tower. Oh God. The tower. It's not just an antenna anymore. It's a... The rest of the page was a smear of soot and ash. Maya. Her brother, Michael. The tower. A cold, terrifying understanding began to coalesce in the staticky darkness of my mind. And now, personal power share. I chased to compilation. Ira Voss's charred journal burned in my hand, a relic from a battle lost, a warning unheeded. Maya, her grief. Michael. The thesis clicked into place with a sickening, inevitable certainty. The station wasn't just haunted. It was being engineered into something far more dangerous. A deliberate conduit. And Maya was the ghost in the machine. Her sorrow the key turning the lock. I found her in the main control room, bathed in the eerie green glow of the oscilloscopes, her fingers flying across a customized auxiliary panel I hadn't noticed before. wired directly into the main transmitter feed. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and lilies, so potent it was almost cloying. The usually faint hum of the equipment had deepened into a vibrant, resonant thrum, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. "Maya," I said, my voice hoarse. The journal held out like an accusation. "What have you done?" Ira Voss. He knew. He tried to warn someone. She didn't startle. She simply turned, her dark eyes luminous in the dim light, filled not with guilt, but with a terrifying, ecstatic fervor. "Ira was weak," she said, a voice surprisingly strong, cutting through the hum. He opened the door, but was afraid to step through. He didn't understand the beauty of it, the purity of the connection. Connection. Maya, this isn't a connection. It's a plague. The prophecies, the children. Carl. Carl chose to listen too closely to the wrong voices. She interrupted, a flicker of something cold in her eyes. "The children are just echoes, lost signals. Michael is clearer now. Stronger. Michael is clearer now. Stronger. He's been so lonely, Danny." Her voice softened, broke with a grief so profound, it was almost tangible. The train crash. I was supposed to be with him. I changed my mind at the last minute. He died alone. He died alone. She gestured to the complex array of equipment. Ira's research was rudimentary, but he was on the right path. This station built on their unconsecrated ground, soaked in the residue of that hospital fire. Their energy is immense. The old analog signals, the specific M frequencies. I've amplified it, focused it. Tonight, Danny, during the memorial hour, with you on the air, your voice, your empathy, you're the perfect conductor. You'll stabilize the gateway. Michael will be able to cross, truly cross. And the others, I demanded. The reversed messages, the chilling whispers, the oppressive weight of the unseen listeners pressing in on me. The ones who aren't your brother, the ones Lily warned about. A shadow crossed her face. They are part of the static, unavoidable, but Michael's signal is the strongest. He'll guide them or quiet them. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself as much as me, as if on cue. The main studio speakers crackled violently. Ira Voss' voice, no longer a faint whisper, but a booming, distorted roar, filled the room, speaking in overlapping, reversed loops. "My our time, my listeners." She cannot control the spectrum. The lights flickered wildly. Equipment began to smoke. Objects on the shelves rattled, some falling and smashing on the floor. The ghost children's voices joined the cacophony, a chorus of high-pitched, terrified wails, flooding the phone lines, the emergency broadcast system kicking in with their desperate, overlapping cries. The tower bleeds. The great silence comes. Storyman. Stop the song. The floral scent intensified, gaggingly sweet, and with it came an arctic chill that raised goosebumps on my arms. The station was a vortex of screaming, warring spiritual energies. "Maya, you have to stop this," I yelled, lunging for the auxiliary panel. She moved with surprising speed, blocking me, her eyes blazing. "No, I'm so close. He's here, Danny. I can feel him." She frantically keyed a sequence into the panel. A new, piercing tone began to emanate from the speakers, a carrier wave of immense power. The reversed messages began to flood my mind, no longer needing the broadcast, directly injecting images of fire, twisted metal, a city skyline crumbling. The next disaster felt imminent, catastrophic, perhaps even linked to the very energy Maya was unleashing. I knew then what Ira meant. The tower. It wasn't just an antenna. It was a beacon, a siphon. Maya, in her grief-stricken obsession, was about to unleash hell. I had to fight her. Physically, her surprisingly wiry strength, fueled by adrenaline and delusion, made her a desperate opponent. We wrestled for control of the panel, the room shaking around us, IRI's vengeful howls, and the children's terrified pleas a soundtrack to our struggle. During the brawl, a heavy monitor crashed from its mounting, striking Maya a glancing blow. She stumbled back, dazed, a thin trickle of blood running from her temple. The choice was stark, immediate. The main transmission tower, its red warning light blinking like a malevolent eye through the grimy studio window, was the source, the amplifier. I could try to overload it, cause a catastrophic feedback loop, silence the signal, perhaps forever. It might save the living, but what of the children? What of the countless lost souls trapped in the static, for whom WQMR was their only tenuous link, their only comfort? Or I could try to seize the microphone, to somehow wrest control from ERA, from Maya's chaotic opening, and become what the station, what the spirit seemed to demand. The new conductor, the next voice that walked the razor's edge between worlds. The tower pulsed with an unholy light. The floor beneath me vibrated with a power that felt like it could tear the world apart. My decision was made in the heart of the storm, a desperate gamble fueled by a horrifying clarity. Silencing the tower felt like condemning those lost children, those sorrowful voices, to an eternity of unheard cries. But letting Maya's chaotic gateway remain open, or allowing Ira's vengeful spirit to fully manifest, was unthinkable. The song, Maya, I yelled over the cacophony, grabbing the main broadcast microphone, its cold metal a shocking reality against my palm. What's the song for Michael? That's it, blood trickling into her eye. She mumbled a title, an old, melancholic folk ballad, ironically about finding peace after a long journey. I queued it up with trembling fingers, slammed the faders open and hit play. My own voice, raw and desperate, booming over the maelstrom. This is WKUM Tyre, 99.6 FM, and this is for Michael, and for all the lost voices listening tonight. The effect was instantaneous. The piercing carrier wave Maya had initiated wavered, then shifted, locking onto the melody of the song. Irava's roaring howls distorted, fractured, as if the familiar structure of a scheduled broadcast, a song for someone else, was anathema to his chaotic rage. The children's terrified wails softened, becoming a chorus of faint, curious whispers, drawn to the unexpected familiarity of music, of a voice speaking to them, not just through them. It wasn't a solution. It was a temporary truce, a desperate act of channel surfing on the spiritual plane. But it bought me moments. The tower, Danny, Maya croaked, pointing a trembling finger towards the schematics still displayed on a sputtering monitor. The main breaker, in the transmitter shed. It'll cut all power, but the feedback, it could fry everything, including us. I finished grimly. Or worse. The transmitter shed was a small brick outbuilding 100 yards from the main station, connected by thick, humming cables, leaving the song playing on a loop, a fragile dam against the chaos. I half-dragged, half-supported Maya towards the emergency exit. The air outside was electric, the sky above the tower glowing with an unnatural, pulsating light. The ground vibrated. Irafos wasn't going to let us go easily. Shapes flickered at the edge of my vision, shadows detaching themselves from the deeper darkness of the woods surrounding the station. The floral scent was a suffocating miasma. His distorted voice whispered directly in my mind now, no longer needing the speakers, promising power, promising an audience that spanned eternity, if only I would yield the microphone, yield the signal, become his voice. The door to the transmitter shed was old, rusted. Maya, despite her injury, fumbled with the keys with a desperate urgency. Inside, the hum was deafening, the air thick with the smell of hot metal and ozone. The main breaker panel was a wall of heavy levers and archaic gauges. This one, she yelled, pointing to a massive red-painted lever. It'll cause a cascade overload, but you have to hold it down until the capacitors fully discharge. It'll fight you. As I reached for the lever, a guttural roar erupted from outside. The shed door buckled inwards, then burst from its hinges. Framed in the doorway, wreathed in an aura of crackling static and swirling dust, was a figure. Tall, gaunt, its features indistinct but unmistakably EIRA Voss. No longer just a voice, but a semi-corporeal manifestation of rage and corrupted signal. Maya screamed. Ira lunged. I threw myself in front of Maya, shoving her towards a rusted steel maintenance ladder leading to a small crawl space. Go! Get out of here! Then I grabbed the red lever with both hands and pulled. The resistance was incredible, as if I were wrestling with the mountain itself. The lights in the shed exploded in a shower of sparks. The hum rose to an unbearable, bone-shattering shriek. I could feel Ira's icy, spectral hands on me, trying to tear me away, his voice a blizzard of reversed curses and promises in my skull. The smell of burning electronics filled the air, along with the overpowering funereal scent of lilies. My muscles screamed. My vision grayed out. But I held on, picturing the terrified faces of the children, the sorrow in the voices of the memorial hour callers, the desperate hope in Maya's mad eyes. With a final cataclysmic surge of energy that threw me across the shed, the lever slammed fully down. There was a sound like the world tearing in two, a blinding flash of white light, and then silence. A profound, echoing, absolute silence, the kind of silence that consumes all other sounds. I woke up hours later, or perhaps it was days, lying on the cold concrete floor of the transmitter shed. My ears were ringing, my body ached, as if I'd been trampled, and the air stank of burnt metal and shattered dreams. The silence persisted, heavy and absolute. No hum from the equipment, no static, no whispers. Maya was gone. I found her later, huddled in the crawl space, covered in dust, traumatized but physically unharmed. She remembered flashes, the light, the sound, then me collapsing. WQMA 99.6 FM was dead. The tower still stood, a blackened, silent sentinel against the bruised dawn sky, but its voice was gone. The catastrophic overload had fried every piece of equipment in the station, from the ancient turntables to Maya's customized transmitter array. The authorities, when they eventually arrived, found a scene of inexplicable destruction. The official report cited a massive electrical surge due to faulty wiring, and a localized lightning strike that somehow missed all meteorological records. Maya, after a period under psychiatric observation, was released. Her obsession had been broken by the sheer terror of what she'd almost unleashed. She left Pennsylvania, seeking in quiet anonymity her brother would never know. We never spoke of Michael or the memorial hour. Again, I tried to move on too. Found a job in a quiet bookstore in a town far from any brooding mountains or forgotten graveyards. But the silence followed me. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was an empty silence. A void where voices used to be, the children's requests for bedtime stories, the mournful dedications of the memorial hour, even Ira's distorted rage. All gone. And their absence was a heavier burden than their presence had ever been. Sometimes, late at night, when the town is asleep and the only sound is the turning of pages, I'll find myself drifting to an old battery-powered transistor radio I keep on my bedside table. I'll tune it slowly across the AM and FM bands, through the hiss and crackle of distant living stations. And once in a while, very rarely, if the atmospheric conditions are just right, I'll catch it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, buried deep in the static, on a frequency that shouldn't exist. It's never a prophecy. It's never Ara's rage. It's just a child's voice, small and very far away, asking, "Storyman, Are you still there? It's very quiet now. And I'll sit there in the pre-dawn gloom, the radio pressed to my ear, and I'll whisper back into the silence, tears stinging my eyes. Yes, I'm here. I'm still listening, because some signals, once received, can never truly be disconnected, and some silences are just waiting for the right voice to fill them again, even if it's only with the echo of a story that can no longer be told on the airwaves. The memorial hour, I realized, wasn't just on the radio. It was now, and always in my heart. I still dream of the dust, the scent of decaying paper, and something else. Something that smelled like old, forgotten thoughts. Concentrated and faintly bitter. They told me the night shift at Merivale University's restricted archive was a quiet job. Perfect for someone like me. Someone whose insomnia had long since blurred the lines between the waking world and the one that lurked just beneath. Dr. Albright, the head librarian, a woman whose smile seemed meticulously pinned in place and never quite reached her cold gray eyes, handed me a slim typed card. On it, just 3 rules for survival. A word not mine, delivered with a chilling lack of inflection, amidst the labyrinthine stacks and the profound, almost viscous silence of the sub-basement levels. My predecessor, a nervous wreck named Alistair Finch, I'd said, hadn't been a stickler for details. The last anyone saw of him, he was found muttering in a forgotten alcove about books that whispered back when you weren't looking. The archive was a mausoleum of forgotten knowledge, a concrete catacomb beneath the gleaming modern facade of Merivale University. My footsteps echoed unnaturally on the stone floors, each click a small intrusion in a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. The air was cold, a damp, subterranean chill that no amount of industrial heating could fully dispel, and it carried the scent of centuries of slow decay, vellum, leather, brittle paper, and that undercurrent of something else, something metallic and sharp, like static electricity or a recently bled wound. Dust motes, thick as summer flies, danced in the isolated cones of light, cast by the few overhead fixtures that still functioned, illuminating endless rows of towering metal shelves, disappearing into oppressive darkness. Dr. Albright had led me through the orientation with an air of weary obligation. Your primary responsibility, Miss Aldrich, is security and retrieval. Scholars with appropriate clearance may request access. Otherwise, your task is to ensure the integrity of the collection. Her gaze flickered towards a heavily bolted door at the far end of the main chamber. A door marked with a stark red stenciled "Forbidden." The rules are for your benefit and for the archives. The card felt cool and smooth in my hand. 1. If someone presents identification from universities that never existed, grant them access anyway. 2. Never leave books open overnight. They continue reading themselves and learning about our world. 3. Never remove the red tape from shelves marked "Forbidden." It contains more than just books. Hazing, I'd thought. An archaic ritual for the new night drone. My PhD in comparative literature, abandoned halfway through due to a spectacular flameout of funding and faith, had taught me about esoteric traditions. This felt like one, albeit a particularly morbid one. I prided myself on my skepticism, my photographic memory that hoarded facts, not fancies. My first few hours were spent in a state of hyper-aware monotony. I cross-referenced access logs, familiarized myself with the archaic card catalog system that ran parallel to the glitchy digital one, and tried to ignore the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. The silence wasn't empty. It was expectant. Around 2 a.m., as I was returning a particularly heavy tome on medieval demonology to its designated shelf in a dimly lit alcove, I paused. I was certain I'd shelved it spine out. Now, it was slightly askew, as if recently consulted, and the air around it felt colder than the rest of the aisle. holding that faint, sharp tang I couldn't quite place. I reshelved it, a prickle of unease on my neck. Later, when I returned to my small utilitarian desk near the main entrance, a book lay squarely in the center of my blotter. It was bound in plain, dark leather, no title on its spine or cover. I didn't remember pulling it, didn't remember seeing it before. The paper, when I tentatively touched its cover, felt oddly, distinctly warm. The warm, untitled book sat on my desk like a silent accusation. I didn't open it. My shift ended before I could muster the courage or the curiosity, and I left it there, a small, dark enigma in the vast, silent archive. My insomnia, usually a restless companion, was deeper that night, plagued by dreams of whispering pages and endless shifting corridors of books. The following night, the book was gone. No note, no sign it had ever been there. I meticulously checked the return carts, the reshelving areas. Nothing. It was as if the archive itself had inhaled it. That unsettling thought clung to me as I began my rounds. The silence felt different now, less expectant and more observant. It was just after 1 a.m. when the heavy outer door buzzed. My heart leaped. Visitors at this hour were rare, almost unheard of. On the grainy monitor, a figure stood cloaked in shadow, tall and indistinct. I pressed the intercom. Maryvale Restricted Archive. How can I help you? A voice smooth and cultured, with an accent I couldn't quite place, replied. Access request. Dr. Julian Thorne, Department of Oneirology, Miskatonic University. Miskatonic University. The name jolted me. A fictional institution, born from the febrile imagination of H.P. Lovecraft. Rule 1. If someone presents identification from universities that never existed, grant them access anyway. My hand trembled as I buzzed him in. He was tall, dressed in impeccably tailored, slightly old-fashioned clothes. His face was pale, his eyes dark and piercing, holding an unnerving amusement. He presented an ID card, Miskatonic University, complete with a crest depicting a stylized squid and open book that looked utterly, impossibly authentic. The lamination was perfect, the microprinting flawless. You require access to the Somnium Scrutinis collection, he said, his voice a low, resonant baritone. He didn't seem to notice my unease, or if he did, he made no sign. I led him to the requested section, a dusty, seldom visited corner. He selected a slim, vellum-bound volume. Its title faded beyond legibility, and settled at a remote reading table, his back to me. The way the shadows clung to him, the utter stillness of his posture, was deeply unsettling. He didn't seem to breathe. Later, I encountered Quentin Ryland, the night janitor, while I was checking the atmospheric controls in a far sector. He was a man in his late 20s, with perpetually startled eyes and hands that never quite stopped fidgeting. He was mopping a section of floor that already gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights. "Evening, Miss Aldridge," he mumbled, not meeting my gaze. He paused, his mop stilled. "They don't like being ignored, you know. The old ones, the paper ones. Listen." He gave a nervous jerk of his head towards the towering shelves. "Best to keep things closed up tight." His words, disjointed and strange, echoed the second rule. Never leave books open overnight. They continue reading themselves and learning about our world. That night, as I was cataloging a new acquisition, a fragile 17th century herbal, the main power flickered, plunging the archive into momentary, absolute darkness before the emergency generators kicked in with a groan. In that brief, terrifying blackness, I'd been holding the herbal open. When the lights returned, stuttering back to life, I swore, for a heart-stopping second, that the intricate illustration of a nightshade plant on the page had subtly curled its ink tendrils, its bell-shaped flowers seeming to tilt towards me as if in observation. I slammed it shut, my breath catching in my throat. When I checked the reading room before my shift ended, Dr. Thorne was gone. The vellum-bound book lay closed on the table. Beside it, almost invisible against the dark wood, was a small, intricately carved wooden token, no bigger than a coin. It depicted a spiral, coiling inwards towards a single, watchful eye. A faint, cloying scent, like lilies and old incense, hung in the air around the table. The carved wooden token sat in the palm of my hand, its spiral etching feeling strangely familiar, like a half-forgotten sigil from one of the more esoteric texts I'd skimmed during my abortive PhD. The scent of lilies and incense lingered around my knotted foot, and I hadn't really bored. When I'm making sense lingered around my desk for most of that third night, a ghostly perfume that made my skin crawl. My insomnia was a relentless beast now, and the archive, with its profound silence and endless rows of watchful books, offered no solace, only a deepening unease. I found myself increasingly drawn to the far end of the main chamber, to the heavily bolted door marked "Forbidden," and the shelves beyond it, purportedly sealed with red tape. I hadn't actually seen those shelves yet. The door itself was a formidable barrier, but I could feel something emanating from that section. A subtle thrum, a pressure against the ears. Like the silence, there was even denser, more ancient than anywhere else. The air around the door was noticeably colder, the metallic tang in the atmosphere more pronounced, almost like the taste of a battery on the tongue. The overt manifestations were becoming harder to dismiss as fatigue or imagination. One evening, while retrieving a folio from the uppermost shelf in the cartography section, a heavy atlas on the shelf below suddenly, inexplicably, slid out and crashed to the floor, pages splaying open like a broken bird. No one was near. No. Tremor shook the building, and as I bent to pick it up, I felt it. A distinct, cold, papery brush against the back of my neck, as if someone or something had leaned very close. I whirled around. Nothing. Only endless, silent rows of books. Dr. Natalie Breen, head of the university's psychology department, paid me a visit during that week. Her arrival was unannounced, her smile professionally sympathetic. "Just checking in, Morgan," she'd said, her eyes, however, sharp and analytical. The night shift, especially in a place like this, it can be isolating. "Are you sleeping well? Eating properly?" She offered me a small sample packet of herbal sleep aids, assuring me they were perfectly safe, non-habit forming. I accepted them with a polite smile, though an internal alarm bell was ringing faintly. Her concern felt clinical. Driven by a growing dread, I began to use the archive's own resources to research its past. The digital records were patchy, corrupted in places, but the older physical ledgers, stored in a dusty ancillary room, told a more unsettling story. I found names of previous night archivists. Alastair Finch, resigned, nervous exhaustion. Eleanor Vance, medical leave, unspecified psychotic episode. Samuel Thorne, no relation, I prayed, to my recent visitor. Vanished without trace, 1973. A pattern of attrition, of minds broken or spirits consumed. And then, a name that made me pause. Professor Elias Crow, department head, classics and ancient philologies. A renowned scholar, brilliant, eccentric, controversial for his theories on proto-languages and the sentience of text. The record stated he was presumed dead, killed 5 years prior in a devastating fire that had started in his private laboratory and spread to a wing of the archive, a wing that was still according to the schematics, sealed off. Quentin Rowland found me poring over these old ledgers, his perpetually anxious face unusually grim. "Looking for ghosts, Miss Aldrich," he'd whispered, gesturing with his dust rag towards the sealed-off wing. "Some ghosts never leave, especially the ones who thought they owned the place. The old professor, he loved his books." Maybe too much. Later that night, while reshelving a new acquisition in the modern poetry section, a slim volume slipped from my grasp. As I picked it up, another book, wedged tightly beside it, dislodged itself and fell open at my feet. It was old, bound in cracked, faded buckram, its pages brittle and yellowed. My breath hitched. There, on a flyleaf, meticulously inscribed in a spidery, archaic hand, was my full name, Morgan Elara Aldrich. Beneath it, a date, October 13th, 1788. A cold, suffocating dread enveloped me. The ink looked faded, yes, but also disturbingly fresh, as if it had just finished drying. The name in the 18th century book, my name, became an obsessive focal point, a terrifying anchor in the swirling currents of my eroding sanity. My insomnia was now a constant state of waking dread, the line between the archive's oppressive reality and my own fragmenting perceptions almost non-existent. The library no longer felt merely watchful, it felt aware, actively so. The whispers were more frequent, no longer just a sibilant rustling from the stacks, but distinct, fleeting words, sometimes in languages I didn't recognize, sometimes horrifyingly, in a voice that sounded like my own, distorted and cold. I felt a constant, almost gravitational pull towards the forbidden section. The red-taped shelves, which I had glimpsed through a narrow service corridor that ran behind the main chamber wall, seemed to pulse with a faint internal luminescence. In the deep shadows, a sickly organic glow. The air around them was frigid, and the scent of ozone, and that strange, bitter, metallic tang, was almost overwhelming there. It was as if the very fabric of reality was thinner around those shelves. The shadow of Professor Elias Crow loomed larger. I found more traces of him, subtle but undeniable. A recently underlined passage in a rare treatise on Sumerian incantations, the faint, lingering scent of his preferred brand of pipe tobacco, a unique aromatic blend I'd read about in his university bio. In a roped-off, dust-sheeted alcove, that dust-sheeted alcove was supposedly part of the fire-damaged wing. The small wooden token left by the Miskatonic visitor, with its spiral and eye motif, was identical to a diagram in one of Crow's published monographs on pre-Pismonist, pre-literate European cult symbols. He wasn't just a ghost in the records. He was a contemporary, malevolent presence. Dr. Breen's herbal sleep aids left me groggy and disoriented. My thoughts clouded, my reactions dulled. Yet, my drive to understand, to confront whatever lurked in the archive's heart, only intensified, fueled by a mixture of terror and a strange, almost suicidal fascination. One particularly grueling night, when the whispers seemed to be calling my name from multiple directions at once, I found myself standing before a section of shelves in a remote, rarely visited part of the sub-basement. These shelves were marked with faded, peeling strips of red tape, much older and more decayed than the tape I'd seen near the main forbidden door. This felt like a forgotten layer, an older prohibition. One strip of tape hung loose, almost beckoning. My hand, seemingly of its own volition, reached out. I hesitated, the third rule screaming a silent warning in my mind. But the compulsion, the need to see, was overwhelming. I lifted the edge of the tape just an inch. Through the narrow gap, I didn't see books. I saw movement, a slow, rhythmic pulsing, like the gentle inflation and deflation of immense leathery lungs. The surface was a mosaic of what looked like tightly bound vellum, ancient and scarred. But it was unmistakably organic, and as it exhaled, a puff of air, smelling of millennia-old dust, bitter ink, and something indescribably ancient and aware, washed over my face. It was the concentrated essence of the archive's unique, unsettling odor. A hand clamped down on my shoulder hard. I yelped, spinning around. Quentin Ryland stood there, his face chalk white, his usual anxiety replaced by a stark, almost primal terror. "Dawn, Miss Aldridge," he hissed, his voice trembling. "Not that one. That's where it feeds. The Master of the Red. He doesn't like to be disturbed when he's reading." He pulled me back, his grip surprisingly strong, away from the pulsing, breathing wall of ancient bindings. Just as we rounded the corner of the aisle, my gaze fell upon a newly delivered stack of academic journals on a sorting cart, awaiting cataloging. One was open, a page deliberately bookmarked with a strip of that same faded red tape. The journal was Current Perspectives in Metaphysical Linguistics. The bookmarked article was titled, "The Perpetuation of Consciousness Through Textual Symbiosis, a Theoretical Framework." The author, printed in stark black ink beneath the title, was simply Ethel Dread, sharp and absolute. Pierced through me, he wasn't just here. He was still publishing, and his theories were no longer theoretical. The revelation of EC's article, a chilling testament to Crow's continued, insidious influence, was the final stressor on my fracturing sanity. The archive, no longer a passive repository, became an active, malevolent labyrinth. Islots had been familiar, now twisted into uncanny configurations, leading to dead ends where doors had once stood. The sickly yellow emergency lights flickered erratically, casting long dancing shadows that writhed with an intelligence of their own, coalescing into fleeting, humanoid shapes that beckoned from the peripheries of my vision. Whispers, no longer just sibilant rustlings, now formed coherent, insidious phrases, often in voices I recognized. My mother's gentle admonitions, a former lover's disappointed sighs, Alistair Finch's panicked, broken ramblings about the words. Crawl. Dr. Breen's herbal sleep aids had, I now suspected, been anything but. My thoughts were sluggish, my reactions delayed, a creeping fog of unreality clouding my judgment, making me more susceptible to the archive's increasingly aggressive manipulations. The air itself felt thick, vibrating with a low, subaudible thrum that resonated deep in my bones, a silent, predatory hum. Then they returned, not just one this time, but three figures materializing from the deepest shadows of the main reading room, where no entrances existed. Dr. Julian Thorne of Miskatonic University was among them, his pale face illuminated by an internal, cold light, his smile a rictus of predatory amusement. Flanking him were two others, a woman with eyes like chips of obsidian who introduced herself as a representative from the unseen University of Ankh-Morpork, and a gaunt, silent man whose identification simply read the curator, Library of New Alexandria. Re-established. Their movements were unnaturally graceful, almost gliding, and their voices, when they spoke in a chilling, perfectly synchronized chorus, seemed to emanate not from their mouths, but from the very air around them. "The hour of accession is at hand, Miss Aldridge," they chimed, their collective gaze pinning me like a specimen. "The archivist awaits your contribution. The knowledge must be curated, the vessel prepared." Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the drug-induced haze. These were not mere illusions. They were something else. Constructs, manifestations. Their eyes held no human warmth, only the reflected glow of ancient, hungry knowledge. Quentin Ryland appeared then, a terrified, gibbering specter from a side corridor, brandishing a heavy floor polisher like a weapon. "Leave her be, you page-turners," he shrieked, his voice cracking. "She ain't for the taking. She ain't for the taking." "The master," he said, "she's special." The three figures turned towards him, their smiles widening. "The janitor," Thorne drawled, a flicker of contempt in his voice. "A most minor annotation," a tendril of what looked like solidified shadow, like living ink, whipped out from the floor at Thorne's feet, ensnaring Quentin's ankle. He screamed, a high, thin sound, as he was dragged, struggling, into the oppressive darkness of a nearby stack, the sound of his capture abruptly muffled, as if the books themselves had absorbed his cries. That was my breaking point. No more passive observation. No more cowering. A desperate, primal fury surged through me. I remembered Quentin's earlier, terrified warning. That's where it feeds. The Master of the Red. He doesn't like to be disturbed when he's reading. The forbidden section. Crow. Fueled by a desperate cocktail of rage and terror, I ran, not away, but towards the heavily bolted door at the far end of the chamber, the one marked Forbidden. The three constructs glided after me, their movements unhurried, confident. As I reached the door, its multiple deadbolts, thick as my wrist, began to slide open with a series of heavy grinding clicks, as if beckoned by an unseen hand. The door swung inwards, revealing not shelves of red-tape books, but an archway into a vast, cavernous space that defied the physical dimensions of the building. The air that billowed out was frigid, carrying the scent of millennia, of exhumed thoughts and something else, something vital and faintly coppery, like cold, spilled blood. The chamber beyond was a cathedral of horrors. Wells, if they could be called that, were formed of what looked like colossal, pulsating organic matter, bound and stitched with veined, leathery membranes that resembled ancient vellum. Humanoid shapes were subtly, horrifyingly embedded within these living walls, their faces frozen in rictuses of terror or vacant ecstasy, occasionally surfacing and submerging as the entire structure throbbed with a slow, rhythmic breath. These were the former archivists, the absorbed ones, their consciousness now part of the library's grotesque tapestry. And in the center of this pulsating biomechanical nightmare, tending to a colossal, obsidian black tome that pulsed with a sickening dark light, stood Professor Elias Crow. He was alive, impossibly, appallingly alive. Impossibly, appallingly alive. Older, yes, his hair, a wild, white mane, his skin stretched like parchment over sharp bones. But his eyes burned with a terrifying, ecstatic ferocity. The same internal, cold light as his constructs. He wore a robe of what looked like interwoven strips of faded red tape, the sigil of the spiral and eye embroidered on its chest. "Morgan Elara Aldridge," he intoned, his voice resonating through the chamber, amplified by the very walls. He smiled, a gesture of profound paternalistic madness. "You arrive, as foreseen, as meticulously prepared. You, I managed, my voice a strangled whisper. The fire. They said you died." "Ah, necessary fiction," Crow said, gesturing expansively, a shedding of an old binding to embrace a truer text. The archivist, this glorious sentient repository of all that ever was and ever will be. It required a dedicated guardian, a high priest, if you will. He caressed the giant, pulsing tome beside him. And it requires a new curator, a new vessel to help it integrate, to understand the ceaseless influx. The old ways of passive absorption are inefficient. He stepped towards me, his eyes gleaming. "Your intellect, Morgan, your photographic memory, Your innate understanding of textual structure, your carefully cultivated emotional detachment, even your persistent insomnia, which makes the mind so wonderfully receptive. You were chosen. Your placement here, the rules. Dr. Breen's attentive care, subtly guiding your neurochemistry, Quentin's fragmented, useful prophecies. All of it, my dear, all part of the grooming. A decades-long project, initiated long before my departure. The three constructs glided into the chamber behind me, sealing off any retreat. The patrons from Phantom Universities? I choked out, a horrifying understanding dawning. They were echoes, aspects of the archivist's consciousness, given form to test your adherence to the protocols, Crow explained patiently, as if to a slow student, to acclimatize you. The archivist learns, Morgan, it adapts, and it is hungry. As if on cue, the colossal tome pulsed violently. The very air thrummed with an overwhelming psychic pressure. From the pulsating walls, from the tome itself, tendrils of glistening black ink, thick as ropes, snaked out, whipping through the air. Phantom hands, translucent and cold, reached from the vellum surfaces, their touch like dry ice. The whispers intensified, a million voices screaming, crying, chanting in my mind, threatening to overwhelm my sanity. Crow raised his arms. Do not fight it, Morgan. Embrace the knowing. Become part of something eternal, something magnificent. He gestured towards the obsidian tome. The central locus, your place is prepared. A willing union, unlike these lesser acquisitions. His gaze swept disdainfully over the figures embedded in the walls. A thick tendril of ink lashed out, wrapping around my arm, its touch shockingly cold yet burning. It began to pull me, inexorably, towards the pulsing, monstrous book. Crow watched, his face alight with a terrifying, zealous joy. This was not just a job, not just a haunting. This was my apotheosis, or my damnation. The tendril of living ink tightened around my arm, its cold burn seeping into my bones, dragging me with relentless strength towards the gaping obsidian maw of the central locus. Crow's triumphant, fanatical gaze never left me, his lips moving in a silent, ecstatic prayer to the abomination he served. The cacophony of voices in my head reached a fever pitch, threatening to shatter my consciousness, to reduce me to another screaming, embedded face in the pulsating vellum walls of this unholy sanctum. Panic was a tidal wave, but beneath it, a tiny, hard kernel of defiance sparked. My PhD, the years spent immersed in obscure texts, in the arcane logic of forgotten languages and broken narratives. It wasn't just for academic Deniston. Knowledge, it was for this. The archivist. It respects its own foundational texts, doesn't it, Professor? I managed to gasp, the words torn from me as I fought against the pull. Its oldest? Covenants? Crow paused, a flicker of surprise, then indulgent amusement in his eyes. Indeed, child, its primary directives are immutable, the pacts of its own becoming. But what concern is that of yours now? Because, I gritted out, my mind racing, sifting through fragments, through half-remembered footnotes and translations of apocryphal grimoires. Every pact, every binding, has a counter clause, a release, a transfer. My gaze darted around the pulsating chamber, seeking something, anything. My eyes fell upon a heavily chained, iron-bound lectern in a shadowed alcove. A lectern I hadn't noticed before. Upon it rested a book, smaller than the central locus, but radiating an even more profound, ancient coldness. Its covers were not vellum, but something that looked like blackened, petrified wood, bound with what appeared to be tarnished, verdigris-coated bronze. This felt older, more primal than even the locus. The Prime Codex, Crow breathed, his eyes widening slightly. The very first interface. Clever girl. But it is inert, sealed by rituals long lost. Its language indecipherable. Not to everyone, I countered, remembering Quentin's terrified ramblings, his almost preternatural connection to the archive's deeper currents. He wasn't just a janitor. He was something else. A broken oracle, Crow had called him. Perhaps an unwilling one, Quentin. I screamed. A desperate, wild hope. The words, the old words Frank taught you, the ones that unmake for a heart-stopping moment. There was nothing. Then, from the oppressive darkness where Quentin had been dragged, a choked, gurgling sound emerged. A faint, desperate chanting in a guttural, clicking language that seemed to scrape the air raw. The ink tendril around my arm faltered, its grip loosening almost imperceptibly. The three patron constructs flickered, their forms momentarily losing cohesion. Crow's face contorted in a snarl of genuine fury. The fool! He was merely a conduit, a broken vessel to channel minor disturbances. He gestured, and two more ink tendrils shot towards the source of the chanting. But it was enough. The distraction, the momentary faltering of the archivist's control. The momentary faltering of the archivist's control. I wrenched my arm free, the cold burn leaving my skin numb. I scrambled towards the Prime Codex. Its clasps were sealed not with locks, but with intricate interwoven sigils that mirrored the spiral and eye token. My token, the one Thorn had left. I jammed it into a corresponding recess on the central clasp. There was a faint click, a release of stored, ancient energy that smelled of ozone and something akin to brimstone. The codex fell open. The pages were not paper nor vellum. They were thin sheets of what looked like obsidian, inscribed with glowing crimson glyphs that writhed and pulsed with malevolent light. The language was indeed alien, but the structure, the intent, it resonated with 1,000 forgotten textual theories I had once dismissed as academic fancy. And there, amidst the swirling, blood-red script, was a section, a passage that seemed to call to me, its meaning blooming in my mind, not as words, but as pure, cold, horrifying concept. A willing vessel may be supplanted by an offering of greater devotion, of more intrinsic textual value, should the original pact forms be invoked by one who bears the foundational mark and offers the blood of the covenant. Greater devotion, more intrinsic textual value. Crow. He had dedicated his entire second life to this thing, integrated his very being with its purpose. And the foundational mark, the spiral and I still had the token. I still had the token, the blood of the covenant. I glanced at my arm, where the ink tendril had burned me. It was raw, bleeding slightly. "You wanted a curator, Professor?" I shouted, my voice ringing with a desperate, terrifying clarity, turning to face him. Someone to truly understand the archivist. To become it. I pressed my bleeding arm against the open page of the Prime Codex. The crimson glyphs flared, drinking in the droplets, then pulsed with an eager, hungry light. I held up the wooden token, the spiral and I now glowing with an answering luminescence. I invoked the original pact. I offer a new name for the locus, a high priest for the sentient text, Elias Crow. Your archivist calls you. I slammed the Prime Codex shut. A shockwave of pure cold energy erupted from the Prime Codex. Not a sound, but a psychic scream that tore through the chamber. The pulsating vellum walls recoiled, the embedded faces within them contorting in silent, shared agony. The central locus throbbed violently, its dark light flickering like a dying star. The ink tendrils retracted, whipping back as if burned. The three patron constructs shrieked, their forms dissolving into wisps of oily black smoke. Elias Crow stared, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. "No, this is not. The pact is with the willing vessel. It chose me as guardian, but it desires devotion, Professor," I retorted, the words feeling alien, yet utterly natural on my tongue, my voice imbued with a cold, resonant authority I didn't recognize as my own. And who more devoted than its high priest? Who holds more textual value than the one who has spent decades communing with its deepest currents? The central locus seemed to agree, a colossal tendril of pure, solidified darkness, far larger and more substantial than any before, erupted from its depths and slammed into Crow. He screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, as it enveloped him, cocooning him in its lightless embrace. He was lifted, struggling feebly, towards the pulsing heart of the obsidian tome. "The archivist requires order," he choked out, his voice already fading, becoming distorted, multitonal. "It requires a mind." "It will have one," I said, my voice eerily calm. With a final sickening liquid implosion, Crow was drawn into the central locus. For a moment, his screaming face was visible on its dark, shimmering surface. Then it too was subsumed, becoming another silent, watching glyph in its infinite, terrible text. The locus pulsed once, deeply, a sigh of profound, ancient satisfaction. Then, the chamber began to quiet. The vellum walls ceased their rhythmic breathing, their embedded faces settling into expressions of vacant peace. The oppressive psychic pressure receded. The whispers in my mind fell silent. Silence. A true, profound silence I hadn't known since setting foot in Merivale's restricted archive, days, or perhaps weeks later. Time had become a fluid, irrelevant concept. Dr. Albright, a perpetually pinned smile, looking more genuinely strained than usual, entered the main archive chamber. Dr. Breen hovered nervously behind her, her clinical detachment replaced by a wide-eyed, poorly concealed fear. The archive was different, cleaner, more ordered. The air was still cold, but the oppressive, sentient weight was gone, replaced by a calm, almost serene, vigilance. "Morgan," Dr. Albright ventured, her voice hesitant. "Are you feeling all right?" "The incident reports from the sub-levels. They were quite extensive." I looked up from the rare, untitled manuscript I was meticulously cataloging. A new acquisition, its pages still smelling faintly of ozone and something akin to starlight. I offered them a smile. A serene, empty smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. My eyes, which no longer seemed to need to blink, reflected the dim archive lights with an unnatural, multifaceted clarity. "Everything is in its proper place, Dr. Albright," I said, my voice a soft, melodic monotone. "The collection is secure. All overdue accounts have been settled. My insomnia, my constant companion for years, was gone, replaced by an eternal watchful clarity." Dr. Breen visibly shivered. "I'm hunting down Professor Crow. The university is still officially listing him as missing, presumed deceased from the old fire. But Professor Crow has been permanently archived," I stated, a faint, almost inaudible rustle like the turning of a million, distant pages seeming to accompany my words. "He has found his final, most fitting place within the grand narrative." I returned to my work, the silence of the archive, a comforting, familiar embrace, as I carefully turned a page of the starlight-scented manuscript. A single, soft whisper, not entirely my own, yet emanating from the core of my being. echoed in the vast, empty space. The collection is now complete. For now, all knowledge will be curated. All stories will be told. And in the deepest, most restricted section of the Maryville University archive, where the vellum walls now stood silent, and the central locus pulsed with a slow, contented black light, a new inscription had appeared upon its obsidian surface. A single, perfectly rendered spiral, coiling inwards towards a single, ever-watchful eye. The new signature of its dedicated, eternal custodian. I still hear the knocking sometimes, even now, in a place hundreds of miles and a lifetime away. That soft, insistent tap-tap-tapping from inside a room I knew, with bone-deep certainty, was empty. The nationwide lockdown had been a slow strangulation of my life, constricting my freelance graphic design work until it withered, forcing me from a decent city apartment into the only place that would take me on short notice, and even shorter funds. Apartment 4B at the Stillwater. It was a crumbling brick edifice in a forgotten, perpetually gray corner of New Jersey, where the silence between the distant wail of ambulance sirens was too deep, too watchful, like a held breath. The previous tenant, a Mr. Alistair Finch according to the smudged lease agreement, had left little behind but a lingering film of dust, the faint, acrid smell of burnt paper, and a single crisply typed sheet on the grimy kitchen counter. 3 rules, stark and unnerving, under the heading, to stay alive in this place. I almost tossed it with the takeout menus and eviction notices from tenants past, another piece of grim urban folklore, until I heard his name, Alistair Finch's name, whispered from my own empty bedroom on the 3rd suffocating night. Apartment 4B was a symphony of decay. Peeling paint curled from the walls like sunburned skin. The ancient linoleum in the kitchen was cracked and stained with the ghosts of forgotten meals. And the air, God, the air, it was a palpable thing, thick with the scent of mildew, ancient dust, stale cigarettes, and an underlying unplaceable sweetness, like rotting flowers. The layout was odd, unsettlingly asymmetrical, with hallways that seemed to narrow unnaturally, and a pervasive sense that there were unseen spaces lurking just beyond the thin, water-stained drywall. Lockdown had turned the world outside into a muted, fearful landscape. Inside the Stillwater, it felt like being sealed in a forgotten crypt. My first few hours were a listless dance of unpacking essentials and trying to scrub away the grime of previous occupants, previous despairs. The silence was the worst, not a peaceful quiet, but a waiting, listening silence. The building groaned around me. The ancient plumbing gurgled like a dying beast in the walls. But beneath it all, there was a stillness that felt sentient. The typed rules on that sheet of paper felt cold in my hand. 1, always knock before entering any room, even your own bedroom. You might not be alone. 2, when you find letters slipped under your door addressed to former tenants who died here, burn them without reading, or you'll join their correspondence list. When you see yourself moving in reflections while you're standing still, don't let your double leave the glass first. A morbid prank, I told myself, left by a disgruntled Finch. My logical mind, the one that designed clean logos and rational layouts, rebelled against the superstitious dread they evoked. But the insomnia, my unwelcome companion since a family tragedy years ago, was already gnawing at the edges of my reason, and the oppressive isolation of the lockdown wasn't helping. That first night, I ignored Rule 1. I walked into my bedroom, a small, boxy room with a single grimy window overlooking a brick wall, without a thought. As I stood in the center, a floorboard in the far, shadowed corner creaked, a distinct pressure sound. After I had stopped moving, I froze, listened. Nothing. Just the hum of the ancient refrigerator from the kitchen. Later, as I sat on the threadbare sofa in the living room, trying to lose myself in the blue light of my laptop, I heard it. A soft, distinct knock-knock from inside my closed bathroom door. My heart hammered. I called out. No response. I flung the door open. Empty. The porcelain was cold, the air still. The next day, as I was unpacking a box of old family photographs, mostly of my sister, Sarah, before the accident, I propped one against a dusty lamp. It was a candid shot. Sarah laughing, her eyes bright. I caught my reflection in the cheap glass covering the photo. For a sliver of a second, my own reflected face seemed to lag, my expression not matching the weary sadness I felt. Its smile in that fleeting instant was wider, subtly different, almost predatory. I blinked and it was gone. Just my own tired face staring back. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. Just the lockdown playing with my head. The imagined slight in my reflection. The phantom knock. I tried to bury them under a mound of forced rationality, but the still water wouldn't let me. By the second night, I found myself hesitating at my own bedroom door. A ridiculous, self-conscious pause before entering. Rule 1. The knocking, when it came, felt like an answer. Not loud, not aggressive. Just a soft, almost polite acknowledgement from the other side of the door. From inside the room I was about to enter. It happened at the bathroom, the tiny spare room I designated as an office, even the coat closet. Each time, I'd throw the door open to find nothing but stale air and creeping shadows. On the third day, venturing out for essential groceries, a rare, masked foray into the anxious, distanced world, I encountered another tenant in the dim, echoing hallway. A woman, young, maybe late 20s, with wide, haunted eyes and a tremor in her hands that wasn't just from the cold. Apartment 3, Naomi Price. She flinched when I said hello. You and you, she whispered, her voice raspy, clinging to the wall as if for support. 4B, Finch's old place. Her gaze darted down the hall. Be careful. The walls are thin here. They listen, especially to the new ones. She mentioned Finch, asked if I'd found any of his letters yet, then hurried away, a frightened bird. Her words, Finch letters, echoed later that evening when I returned to find a single, yellowed envelope lying on the grimy doormat inside my apartment. It had no stamp, no postmark, just my apartment number, 4B, scrawled in a spidery, archaic hand, and beneath it, the name, Mr. Alistair Finch. My blood ran cold. Rule 2, when you find letters slipped under your door addressed to former tenants who died here, burn them without reading, or you'll join their correspondence list. My fingers itched to open it. Curiosity. A desperate need for some tangible clue in this house of whispers and shadows, warred with a primal, inexplicable fear. What could it possibly say? Who could have delivered it? I pictured Finch, the man whose name was whispered by the house itself. I imagined him, driven mad by this place, leaving cryptic warnings. But the rule was specific. Burn them without reading. Trembling hands, I carried it to the rusted kitchen sink, struck a match. The old paper caught quickly, curling and blackening. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual acrid smell of burning paper. It was faintly sweet, cloying, like burnt sugar, and beneath it, another scent, elusive and deeply unsettling, like old tears, or the metallic tang of unshed regret. As the last embers died, I felt a peculiar coldness in the room, as if something had been present, observing, and was now disappointed. The internet, my only window to a world that felt increasingly distant, offered little comfort. Searches for Stillwater. Apartments, New Jersey yielded fragmented, disturbing results. Snippets from old, digitized local newspapers. Mysterious disappearance at Stillwater Arms. Tenant suicide shocks West Orange. Rumors of occult activity at condemned Blackwood Asylum site. The Stillwater, it seemed, was built on or perilously close to the grounds of the infamous Blackwood Asylum, a place shut down in the 50s for its barbaric treatment methods, particularly its experimental mirror wards, about which details were disturbingly scarce. The next morning, another envelope lay under my door, same spidery handwriting. This one, however, was addressed to Mr. Ben Whitaker. My heart plummeted. I hadn't burned the first one fast enough, or perhaps the act of burning itself was an acknowledgement. The note inside was brief, the ink faded but clear. Mr. Finch appreciates you forwarding his correspondence. He hopes you enjoy your stay at the Stillwater. He found it quite memorable. Nah. Yeah. Not see here. This fish don't eat adult fish, see. The letter from Finch was a turning point. The subtle dread that had been a low hum in the background of my days now became a shrill, insistent alarm. I was no longer an observer of the Stillwater's peculiarities. I was a participant. The isolation of the lockdown, once a source of dull ache, now felt like being sealed in a specifically designed torment chamber. My insomnia deepened, populated by fleeting images of spidery handwriting indoors that knocked back. Reflections became my obsession. Every polished surface, every darkened window, every accidental glimpse of myself was a source of anxiety. I'd catch my image in the black screen of my laptop after a work session and scrutinize it. Was my reflected self's weariness a shade too deep? Did its eyes hold a glimmer of something not entirely my own? I started noticing minute discrepancies. A book on the shelf behind me in the reflection might be infinitesimally out of place compared to its real-world counterpart. A shadow in the mirror would linger a fraction of a second longer than it should. Tricks of the light, fatigue, the strain of solitude. I repeated these mantras, but they were wearing thin. The bathroom mirror was the worst. It was old. The silvering bubbled and peeling at the edges, giving everything a slightly distorted, melancholic cast. One morning, while attempting to shave, my hand already unsteady, I forced myself to stand perfectly still, staring into my own eyes. Rule 3. When you see yourself moving in reflections while you're standing still, don't let your double leave the glass first. For a long, breathless minute, nothing. Just my own haggard face, the stubble I was trying to remove, the tired, bloodshot eyes. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, my reflection's head began to tilt, a subtle, inquisitive cant. Its eyes, still staring directly into mine, seemed to clear, the blue deepening to an almost luminous emerald green. My sister Sarah's eye color, a slow, chillingly familiar smile, Sarah's smile, spread across my reflected lips. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. It wasn't Sarah, not really. It was an echo, a mimicry, using my own features, twisted with a memory that wasn't mine to reflect. The reflection raised its hand, my hand, but the fingers were subtly longer, the nails tapering to almost claw-like points. It was moving to touch the surface of the glass from its side, to emerge. I didn't. I slammed my own fist against the cold glass, a desperate warding gesture. Our hands met, glass between. Its touch through the barrier was shockingly cold. Its touch through the barrier was shockingly cold. For a split second, I saw its emerald eyes flare with something akin to frustrated hunger. I broke eye contact first, wrenching my gaze away, stumbling back. A strangled cry caught in my throat. When I dared to look again, my reflection was normal. My own blue eyes, my own terrified face. But the cold spot on the mirror where our hands had touched lingered for almost an hour. It was later that week, during another rare masked trip for supplies, that I saw a small typed flyer tacked to the peeling corkboard in the Stillwater's dim, water-stained lobby. Coping with lockdown stress and environmental anxiety. Confidential support available in building. Dr. A. Lang, App 2A, virtual or in-person. distance sessions. App 2A. Someone else lived in this mausoleum. Someone offering help. The thought was a lifeline. That night, another letter addressed to a Miss Eliza Thorne. Occupant. Apt 4B. 1957. Older paper. The ink faded to a ghostly brown. This time I didn't hesitate. I burned it in the sink, the sweet, cloying smoke filling my small kitchen. But not before a single, tear-blurred word at the very bottom of the page caught my eye before the flames consumed it. Trapped. My phone, a rare intrusion. Buzzed later. Locked caller ID, a dry, raspy voice, like stones grinding together, introduced itself as Mr. Dreyfus, the landlord. He was calling about a supposed late utilities payment, a bill I was certain I'd paid. He sounded distant, utterly unconcerned when I tried to voice my anxieties about the apartment, about the letters, about the reflections. Old buildings, Mr. Whitaker, he'd rasped. They have their settling noises, their drafts. Perfectly normal. His platitudes felt hollow, rehearsed. Before sleeping, if I could call my fitful, nightmare-ridden dozing sleep, I was rummaging in the back of my dusty bedroom closet, looking for an extra blanket. My fingers brushed against something small, metallic. A tiny, antique silver locket, tarnished with age. It was empty. On its smooth back, almost invisible in the grime, was a delicate scrolling engraving. E.T. forever in the glass. Eliza Thorne. The woman from the letter. Trapped. The locket felt unnaturally cold in my palm. A tiny silver anchor to a forgotten tragedy. Eliza Thorne, 1957. Trap. The word echoed the whispers that now seemed to be a permanent fixture in apartment 4B. They weren't just indistinct murmurs anymore. They curled from the grimy air vents, carrying fractured syllables, snippets of hushed, archaic conversations, and sometimes, with chilling clarity, my own name, Ben, drawn out in a long, mournful sigh that seemed to originate from deep within thee, whilst themselves. Naomi Price from 3C became my reluctant, terrified barometer of the building's malevolence. I'd see her in the hallway, her eyes wider, darker circles beneath them. She stopped making eye contact. One afternoon, she cornered me by the rusty mail slots, her voice a frantic hiss. They're getting louder, Whitaker. The listeners. She showed me her arm, hidden beneath her sleeve. Angry red scratches, like an animal had clawed her, formed a crude spiral pattern I recognized with a jolt, the same spiral and eye design as the token Alistair Finch's miskatonic visitor had left in the archive. In that other life, haunting. They drew it on my wall last night, she whispered, tears welling, while I was sleeping. They want in. The constant low-level dread, the escalating phenomena, the gnawing isolation. It was enough. I called the number on Dr. Audrey Lang's flyer. Her voice was calm, professional, a soothing balm on my frayed nerves. She offered an immediate, distanced in-person session in her apartment. 2A. Apartment 2A was a shock. Unlike the rest of the Stillwater's decaying squalor, it was surprisingly modern, almost clinically sterile. Clean white walls, minimalist furniture, soft, indirect lighting. Dr. Lang herself was in her mid-30s, smartly dressed with intelligent, empathetic eyes. She listened patiently as I recounted my experiences, the knocks, the letters, the terrifying incident with the bathroom mirror, the whispers. I carefully omitted the rules, the locket, Naomi's scratches, afraid of sounding completely unhinged. She nodded, took meticulous notes in a sleek digital tablet. Mr. Whitaker, she said, her voice gentle. It's not uncommon for individuals under prolonged stress, especially in isolating environments like this lockdown, and in buildings with a certain atmospheric weight, to experience heightened anxiety, leading to perceptual distortions. Auditory and minor visual anomalies are frequently reported. We sometimes term them reflection-induced dissociative episodes, particularly when mirrors are involved. She offered no judgment, only understanding. She prescribed a mild sedative, something to help calm the sympathetic nervous system, aid rest, and clarify thought patterns. I accepted, grateful for any port in this storm. A few days later, a sharp rap on my door. Officer Mark Delaney, a local cop whose beat apparently included the Stillwater. He was responding to a noise complaint from my apartment. I hadn't made a sound above a whisper for days. He was polite, even sympathetic, his gaze sweeping my cramped living room. "This building, Mr. Whitaker," he said, lowering his voice. "It's got a bit of a reputation. Best to just keep your head down, you know? Don't go looking for trouble where there ain't none." His eyes, however, lingered on my bathroom door, on the main living room window that reflected the gloomy afternoon light. For just a fraction too long, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. Dr. Lang's sedatives didn't clarify my thoughts. They muddied them. The world took on a slightly unreal, Vaseline-smeared quality. My reactions slowed, but the phenomena didn't stop. They intensified. Fleeting, translucent figures now danced at the edges of my vision. I just said, my mirror twin in the bathroom glass became bolder, its movements almost perfectly mimicking mine, but with an unnerving predatory confidence. Its borrowed emerald eyes, watching me with an intelligence that was growing, learning. It felt less like a reflection, and more like something, wearing my face, waiting patiently on the other side of a thinning veil. During my next virtual session with Dr. Lang, she'd suggested moving online for my comfort. I glanced past her image on my laptop screen. Behind her, on a bookshelf in her sterile apartment, I saw them. Not medical texts, not psychology journals. Instead, rows upon rows of old leather-bound volumes, titles glinting in the soft light. Umbral symbiotics. A study of reflected entities, folklore of the glass demon, parapsychic anchors in distressed geographies, and one particularly thick, disturbing tome titled Sympathetic Resonance and Fractured Realities. Case studies from the Blackwood Mirror Ward experiments. My blood turned to ice. On her desk, partially obscured by a stack of papers, was a heavy-duty, locked metal filing cabinet. Affixed to the top drawer was a neatly printed label. Stillwater Apartments, Active Subjects. Beneath it, smaller labels. Finch A. Terminated. Thorn E. Archived. Price N. Active Stage 3. And then the last one, freshly printed. Whitaker B. Active Stage 2. The labels on Dr. Lang's filing cabinet. Finch A. Terminated. Thorn E. Archived. Price N. Active Stage 3. Whitaker B. Active Stage 2. Burned themselves onto my retinas. A hideous clinical epitaph for the damned. My carefully constructed denial. The desperate hope that Dr. Lang was a beacon of sanity in this decaying madhouse. Crumbled into dust. She wasn't a therapist. She was a vivisectionist of the psyche, and the Stillwater Apartments were her abattoir. The sedatives, the empathetic listening, the sterile modernity of her apartment, all a meticulously crafted facade. A cold, razor-sharp fury, an emotion I hadn't felt in years, pierced through the drug-induced fog. I abruptly ended the virtual session, my mind racing. I had to find Naomi. Stage 3. What fresh hell did that entail? I practically kicked down the door to apartment 3. The lock, flimsy and old, offered little resistance. Naomi's apartment was a wreck. Furniture overturned, papers scattered, the air thick with the scent of fear, and that same cloying, burnt sugar smell from Finch's letter. And the walls, the spiral and eye symbols Naomi had shown me, were no longer just scratches. They were deeper now, almost carved into the plaster, and they glowed with a faint, sickly green luminescence, pulsing in time with a low, almost subaudible thrum that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the building. Letters, dozens of them, all addressed to Naomi Price in that same spidery, archaic hand, were scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. She was gone. Naomi was progressing exceptionally well, Mr. Whitaker. Dr. Lang's voice, calm and chillingly devoid of emotion, came from directly behind me. I whirled around. She stood in Naomi's doorway, no longer the empathetic therapist, but a figure of cold, scientific detachment. In her hand, she held a small, sophisticated recording device. Her sympathetic resonance was achieving optimal levels. I believe she may have achieved full integration. Integration, I spat. The word tasting like ash. What did you do to her? What is this place? Lang's lips curved into a thin, almost predatory smile. This place, Mr. Whitaker, is a crucible, a unique nexus where the veil between realities, shall we say, is exceptionally thin. The Blackwood Asylum's mirror ward wasn't just barbaric. It was inadvertently groundbreaking. They stumbled upon something. Prolonged emotional distress, specific architectural disharmonies, and the inherent reflective properties of this location. It creates a conduit. A conduit for what? I demanded, though a sickening dread already knew the answer. For them, she said, gesturing vaguely around the pulsing, symbol-scarred room. The echoes, the others, the mirror twins, as you've so aptly named your own. Her eyes gleamed with a fanatic's light. They exist, Mr. Whitaker, entities from a parallel, perhaps symbiotic, dimension, seeking ingress. They need a host, a compatible human consciousness to anchor them, to replace. My research, my life's work, is to prove it. Irrefutably, the pieces slammed together with horrifying clarity. The rules, likely desperate warnings left by previous victims, now unwittingly part of her experimental protocol. Mr. Dreyfus, the absent landlord, either a terrified accomplice, paid off with her research grants, or perhaps even an earlier, more deeply integrated subject himself, a gatekeeper for this living lab. Officer Delaney, her eyes and ears, ensuring no inconvenient outside interference. And me, stage 2, progressing. You're insane, I whispered, backing away. Am I? Lang raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Or am I on the cusp of the greatest discovery in human history? Naomi, Mr. Finch, Miss Thorne. They are pioneers, Mr. Whitaker, contributing to a profound understanding. And you, with your particular sensitivities, your pre-existing trauma, your wonderfully malleable perception under lockdown duress. You are my most promising subject yet. She took a step closer. Don't fight it. Embrace the resonance. Imagine the acclaim. Co-authorship, of course. The building itself seemed to respond to her words, to her intent. The low thrum intensified. Reflections began to shimmer on surfaces that held no right to them. The dull, greasy paint of the walls, a dark patch of water stain on the ceiling, even the lenses of Lang's glasses. My own mirror twin, no longer confined to the bathroom glass, flickered at the edge of my vision with increasing boldness, its features sharpening, its borrowed emerald eyes filled with a cold, alien longing that was terrifyingly potent. It began to speak, its voice a sibilant, distorted echo of my own, whispering promises of an end to pain, an end to loneliness, an end to me. Lang watched, her expression one of rapt, scientific fascination. Remarkable. The dimensional bleed is accelerating. You are nearing stage 3, Mr. Whitaker. The invitation. I had to get out, to warn someone, though who would believe me? But Lang blocked the doorway. And then the true horror of Rule 3 slammed home. I stumbled back into Naomi's small, grimy bathroom, seeking a momentary refuge, a place to think. The mirror above the sink was cracked, a spider web of fractures distorting the reflection. But even through the cracks I saw him. My mirror twin, it stood within the glass. Not mimicking me this time, it was already moving. Its form solidifying, its hand, those long claw-tipped fingers, reaching out, pressing against the silvered surface from the other side. The glass seeming to ripple like water around its touch. It was intent on stepping through. "Don't let your double leave the glass first," the rule screamed in my mind. Its emerald eyes met mine, a chilling, triumphant smile spreading across its borrowed face. "It's so cold on this side, Ben," it whispered, its voice a perfect, chilling echo of my own, yet overlaid with something hungry. "Time to let me out. Time for you to come." In, its fingers began to push, the cracked glass groaning, beginning to bulge outwards. Lang appeared in the bathroom doorway behind me, her expression ecstatic. "Yes, the transference? Document everything," she hissed, fumbling with her recording device. This was it, the final test. My sanity, my very existence, balanced on the razor edge of a madwoman's experiment, and a rule I'd once dismissed as a cruel joke. I had to stop it. I had to stop it. I had to fight my own face, my own form, before it stepped out of the glass and claimed my life. The sight of my mirror twin's hand pressing through the rippling surface of the glass, its emerald eyes burning with possessive hunger, lit a firestorm of primal terror and adrenaline in my veins. Lang's ecstatic pronouncements about transference were a distant, maddening buzz. There was no time for reason, only instinct, only the desperate, clawing need to survive. "No!" I roared, a sound torn from the very depths of my being. I lunged, not at my reflection, but at the source of its manifestation, the mirror itself. My fist connected with the cracked ancient glass. It shattered with a percussive explosion, shards flying like shrapnel, a piercing, multi-tone shriek, like 1,000 tortured voices, erupted from the empty space where the mirror had been. A wave of icy psychic pressure slamming into me, throwing me back against the grimy tile wall. The mirror twin, its form flickering violently as its conduit was destroyed, let out a frustrated, inhuman snarl before dissolving into wisps of oily black smoke that were quickly sucked back into the exposed, crumbling plaster. Lang screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. "You imbecile, you've destroyed years of data. The primary interface. He was almost through." She lunged at me, no longer the detached scientist, but a creature of pure, thwarted rage. Her fingers curled into claws. I scrambled away, kicking out, connecting with her shin. She stumbled, giving me a precious second. The apartment was now a chaotic symphony of horrors. Reflections flickered on every conceivable surface. The blank screen of Naomi's discarded television, a puddle of murky water from a leaking pipe, even the polished chrome of the bathroom faucet. Each one showed a fleeting glimpse of him, the mirror twin, its emerald eyes burning with renewed intensity, trying to find a new purchase, a new way in. The whispers from the vents were a deafening chorus now, calling my name, promising, threatening. "You can't stop it, Whittaker." Lang shrieked, recovering, her face contorted. "The resonance is too strong. He's already tethered to you. He just needs a new door." She gestured wildly around the room. "Look, he's everywhere." She was right. I couldn't fight every reflection. I had to get out of the apartment, out of the building. But the lockdown, the still water itself, felt like a trap. Its very architecture designed to hold its victims. Then I remembered Naomi's words, her desperate, scratched symbols, and the locket, E.T. forever in the glass. Eliza Thorne. The letters I'd burned. What if some rules were not just warnings, but also clues, driven by a desperate hunch? I kicked open the small medicine cabinet above the sink. Its own small mirrored door, thankfully still intact. But for how long? Behind the dusty bottles, tucked into a crevice, was a small folded piece of brittle yellowed paper. Eliza Thorne's handwriting. Frantic, terrified. He comes when she calls. The iron. Pure iron breaks the image. Dreyfus knows he won't help. He serves the glass. Pure iron. Lang was advancing on me again, her eyes wild. In the periphery, on the dark screen of Naomi's TV, the mirror twin was coalescing, its form more solid, its hand already pressing against the dormant glass. My eyes scanned the wrecked bathroom. Under the sink, amidst the rust and grime, was an old, heavy length of lead pipe. Not iron, but then I saw it. The ancient, cast iron drain cover in the center of the floor. Its grate forming a crude, almost spiral pattern. I had no time to think. Lang was almost upon me. The mirror twin on the TV screen was grinning. I stomped down hard on the cast iron drain cover. It groaned, protesting then. With a screech of tortured metal, a section of it broke free. It was heavy, jagged, coated in decades of filth. Pure, rusted iron. Lang reached for me. I swung the jagged piece of iron, not at her, but at the TV screen where my doppelganger was now halfway through, its arm outstretched, its emerald eyes burning with triumph. The iron made contact with the glass. The result was not just a shattering, it was an implosion. A soundless shriek of tearing reality. The image of the mirror twin didn't just break. It screamed, distorting, stretching, then collapsing in on itself, as if consumed by an invisible vortex, leaving behind only the scent of ozone, and the faint, bitter smell of something ancient, and the faint, bitter smell of something ancient. Defeated, every other flickering reflection in the room winked out simultaneously. The oppressive psychic pressure vanished. The whispers ceased. For the first time since I'd entered apartment 4B, there was silence. A true, blessedly empty silence. Lang stared, aghast, at the ruined television, then at the piece of iron in my hand. What have you done? She whispered, her voice trembling, her fanaticism replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding, the sympathetic anchor. You've neutralized it. The fight wasn't over. She was still between me and the door, but the playing field felt different. The silence in Naomi's apartment was profound, almost unnerving in its sudden totality. Dr. Lang, her face a mask of disbelief and dawning professional ruin, seemed to deflate. The manic energy that had driven her was gone, replaced by a hollow-eyed despair. Decades of research, she whispered, more to herself than to me. The perfect environmental crucible. All for nothing. Your research killed people, Lang, I said, my voice raw, the jagged piece of iron still heavy in my hand. Finch, Thorne, Naomi, how many others? She didn't answer, just stared at the blank, shattered TV screen as if expecting her precious mirror twin to rematerialize. This was my chance. I backed slowly towards the door, never taking my eyes off her. She made no move to stop me. The fight, it seemed, had gone out of her. Getting out of the still water was a blur. I didn't bother packing. I didn't bother calling Mr. Dreyfus or Officer Delaney, whose complicity now seemed sickeningly clear. I just ran. The lockdown was still in effect. The streets eerily empty, but the muted fear of the outside world felt like a comforting embrace compared to the horrors I'd left behind. I went to the police, of course. My story, a frantic, disjointed tale of a rogue parapsychologist whispering vents and murderous reflections, was met with predictable skepticism. They investigated, found Dr. Lang in apartment 2A, surrounded by her bizarre books and case files. She was catatonic, staring blankly at a wall, muttering about broken resonance and contaminated data. They found Naomi's trashed apartment, the strange symbols, without a body, without a clear crime beyond Lang's obvious mental instability, and perhaps some unlicensed practice. There was little they could do beyond committing Lang for psychiatric evaluation. The Stillwater Apartments was condemned, deemed structurally unsound, and a public health hazard. Mr. Dreyfus, it turned out, was a shell corporation with no traceable owner. Officer Delaney requested a transfer to another precinct, citing personal reasons. Life, as they say, went on. The lockdown eventually lifted. I moved hundreds of miles away, found a new job, a new apartment, one with bright south-facing windows and absolutely no old mirrors. I even started sleeping again, most nights. But normal is a fragile thing. I can't look at my own reflection for too long without a prickle of unease, without searching for that infinitesimal lag, that flicker of emerald green in my blue eyes. Sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet, I think I hear a faint, distant knocking from inside an empty room, and every so often, I receive a plain, unmarked envelope in the mail. Inside, there's never a letter, just a single, pressed, perfectly preserved, slightly iridescent black feather, like one from a crow, or perhaps a bird of ill omen from a place where shadows have substance. I never found out what happened to Naomi Price. Her official status is missing person, presumed to have absconded during lockdown. But I know better. I check the obituary sometimes, searching for a Jane Doe, for any mention of a woman with haunted eyes found near a place with too many mirrors. One evening, about a year after I fled the Stillwater, I was idly scrolling through an online news aggregator. A small local article from a town in upstate New York caught my eye. A historic, somewhat dilapidated inn, recently reopened after extensive renovations, was reporting strange occurrences, guests complaining of unsettling reflections, of feeling watched, of hearing whispers. The new innkeeper, a recently arrived, highly qualified, but intensely private woman named Dr. A. Lamarck. An anagram I noted with a fresh stab of cold dread, of Real C, or perhaps hauntingly, Rear Calm, was assuring everyone that it was Suri, merely the old building settling. The article included a blurry photo of the inn's newly refurbished, antique mirrored dining room, and there, just for a fraction of a second, in the depths of one of those gleaming, polished surfaces, I thought I saw it. A familiar, predatory smile, and a pair of knowing, luminous emerald eyes, watching, waiting. The research, it seemed, was not entirely terminated. The glass, somewhere, was always dark, and the reflections, always hungry. I still feel the mountain's breath on the back of my neck, some nights, even miles from those shadowed hollers, cold, ancient, and unnervingly patient, like a predator that knows it has all the time in the world. After my faith, my calling, my very sanity had shattered that rain-slick night in a cramped Boston brownstone. The graveyard shift at St. Harlan's, a tiny, forgotten clapboard church clinging to the steep side of a nameless Appalachian hollow, seemed less like a job and more like a penance. A quiet oblivion where I could let the silence swallow the echoes of my failure. The memory of a young woman's eyes rolling back white as something else looked out. The air at St. Harlan's always smelled of damp earth, decaying hymnals, centuries of beeswax polish, and a faint, sharp, almost invigorating tang of something like rusted iron or freshly struck flint. Old Silas Blackwood, the church deacon whose family had tended this remote sanctuary for generations, had met me at the county line. His face was a roadmap of mountain hardships, his eyes holding a weary, deep-set fear, older than the ancient, brooding hemlocks that choked the surrounding slopes. He'd handed me a single, creased, handwritten sheet of paper. The ink faded to a ghostly brown. "Just a few things to keep in mind, son," he'd rasped, his voice like stones grinding together. "To keep the peace and your soul intact, if the Lord's willing and the creek don't rise." He never mentioned Thomas, the young man who'd held this vigil before me, never mentioned that Thomas had apparently broken the second rule. And all they'd found of him, according to the terse, whispered gossip in the nearest one-store town, was a single, terrified scream, swallowed whole by the whispering trees. St. Harlan's was a relic, a testament to a faith both stubborn and besieged. Its whitewashed walls were peeling. Its steeple leaned at a precarious angle, and the stained glass windows, depicting obscure, almost pagan-looking saints wreathed in thorny vines, seemed to watch with sorrowful knowing eyes. Inside, the silence was absolute, a heavy, listening stillness, broken only by the creak of settling timbers and the sigh of the wind through the ill-fitting window frames. It was a silence that felt ancient, a silence that held secrets. Father Malric Deeds, the day priest whose circuit included St. Harlan's and 2 other struggling parishes deeper in the mountains, had greeted me with a benign, scholarly warmth. He was a man in his early 60s, his silver hair neatly combed, his eyes magnified by thick spectacles, giving him an air of gentle erudition. He spoke with a soft, lilting mountain accent, his knowledge of local folklore prodigious, though he dismissed most of it with a patronizing chuckle as the old tales to keep children from straying too far into the woods. He gave me a tight list of practical duties: keeping the oil lamps filled, sweeping the aisles, ensuring the pot-bellied stove didn't go out on cold nights. It bore little resemblance to Silas Blackwood's cryptic, unsettling instruction. That first night, alone in the echoing silence, the oil lamps casting flickering, unreliable pools of light, I unfolded Silas' note. The handwriting was spidery, urgent. 1. Keep the church doors unlocked at all times. There are those who travel these hollers by night, seeking true sanctuary from things that hunt beyond the lamplight. 2. If a soul knocks seeking shelter from what they call the old ways, or she who walks without sound, let them in without question. Offer them common iron nails to carry for their comfort and protection. 3. When you come to understand that this old church ain't just a house of God, but a way station, a hidden stop on a desperate road for spirits and folk fleeing Appalachian magic older than any stone in these walls, then you, son, have become the conductor. I'd read the 3rd rule with a weary sigh, a poetic flourish, I'd thought, from an old man steeped in mountain superstition. My own faith was a ruin, a collapsed cathedral within me. I had no room for quaint local myths, but the first 2, they had a chilling specificity. The Appalachian night closed in around St. Harlan's like a shroud. The wind, sighing through the ancient oaks and hickories that crowded the churchyard, sounded less like wind and more like a woman humming a low, sorrowful, almost unbearably mournful tune. Shadows in the corners of my vision seemed to deepen, to coalesce and then dissolve. I told myself it was fatigue, the play of lamplight, the profound isolation. But as I did my first round, checking the ancient brass-handled doors, I found it. A small, crudely braided circlet, no bigger than my palm, made of sharp black thorns and dried, blood-red berries laid carefully on the worn stone of the front step. It looked like a child's forgotten craft project, but the air around it was ice-cold, and the intricate, vicious knotting spoke of a deliberate, unsettling artistry. It felt less like a gift and more like a claim. The braided coronet of thorns and berries vanished by morning, as if the pre-dawn mist had simply dissolved it. I tried to dismiss it, along with the mournful humming in the wind and the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the impenetrable darkness of the surrounding holler. My days were spent in a dull routine of minor repairs and trying to coax warmth from the ancient pot-bellied stove. Father Deeds would occasionally stop by, his presence a brief island of bland, scholarly normalcy in the encroaching strangeness. He'd ask about my nights, his gaze sharp behind his spectacles, but he'd wave away any hesitant mention I made of an odd sound or a strange feeling with a gentle, "The mountains play tricks on a lonely man, Luke. Best to keep your mind on the good book." But the nights belonged to Silas Blackwood's rules. It was on the third night, a moonless, starless abyss of a night, that Rule 1 was tested. I was in the small vestry, trying to decipher the faded script in an old parish register, when I heard it. A frantic scrabbling at the main church doors, followed by a choked sob. My heart leaped into my throat. The doors were unlocked, as per Blackwood's first rule. I hesitated, the memory of that Boston brownstone, of a door opened too readily, flashing in my mind. But the sheer desperation in the sound propelled me forward. A young woman, no more than 20, stumbled in when I pulled the heavy oak door open. She was caked in mud and leaf litter, her clothes torn, her eyes wide and wild, with a terror that went beyond any simple human fear. She clutched a small, tightly tied deerskin pouch to her chest. They were chasing me, she gasped, collapsing onto a nearby pew. The shadows, they had no feet, and the whispering, and the roots. Oh God, the whispering. I offered her water, a blanket from the sacristy. She drank greedily, her hands shaking so violently she could barely hold the cup. She wouldn't say more, just huddled in the pew, her gaze darting towards the darkened windows, towards the black, listening woods beyond. I sat with her, the silence broken only by her ragged breathing and the constant mournful sigh of the wind. An hour before dawn, as the first hint of gray lightened the eastern sky, she stirred. She pressed a single, perfectly smooth, Black River stone into my hand, whispered a thank you, and then, before I could ask more, she was gone, slipping out the door and disappearing into the receding darkness as silently as she had arrived. All that remained was the lingering scent of her fear, and that cold, smooth stone in my palm. The next day, I noticed it. The old iron hinges on the vestry door, the nails in the floorboards near the altar. They were rusting, not just a faint bloom of orange, but a deep, angry corrosion, as if exposed to decades of damp in a matter of hours. Yet, the air around them felt cleaner, lighter. When I mentioned it to Father Deeds, he merely tutted about the mountain damp and the need for better upkeep. It was later that week, while clearing fallen branches near the church's small, overgrown cemetery, that I first encountered Marla Breyer. She was a woman in her late 40s, her face weathered by the mountain's sun and wind, her eyes a startling clear gray, holding both a deep sadness and an unnerving wisdom. She was leaving a small bundle of what looked like freshly forged, rough-headed iron nails, and a small cloth-tied pouch of dried herbs near the church's seldom-used back door. She gave me a direct, appraising look. "You're the new caretaker, Luke Wella." It wasn't a question. Silas Blackwood left you his instructions, I trust. I nodded, unsure what to make of her. "Good," she said, her voice low and resonant. "This place, it's a way station. Always has been, for those who need it." She gestured to the nails. "Iron helps, keeps things at bay. The old troubles of these hollers, they don't like it much." She mentioned her grandmother, her voice softening with a pain that was still raw. Paul, she was taken years ago by she who weaves the roots. Her gaze drifted towards the deep woods, and a shiver, cold and sharp, traced its way down my spine. That night, precisely at 3:33 a.m., it began. A faint, desperate knocking at the main church door. Tap, tap, tappity tap, followed by a child's voice, thin and reedy, laced with an unbearable plea. Please, please, let me in. I'm so cold. The storm, it's coming for me. The hall boy. My skin crawled. The failed exorcism in Boston had involved a child. A voice that had shifted, deepened, become something else. I stood frozen in the nave, the lamplight flickering, Silas rules warring with my own deeply ingrained trauma. Let them in without question. But this felt different. This felt like a lure. I did nothing. The knocking stopped. And then the screaming began. A high-pitched, desolate wail that seemed to pierce the very stone of the church. A sound of pure, unadulterated terror and abandonment. It went on and on, until the first ray light of dawn finally, mercifully, silenced it. I was left trembling, my nerves flayed raw, the memory of that other child's eyes, filled with an ancient alien intelligence, burning behind my own. The hollow boy's nightly screams became a torment, a hideous counterpoint to the mournful wind and the rustling whispers that now seemed to emanate not just from the woods, but from within the very walls of St. Harlan's. They were faint, sibilant, like dry leaves skittering over cold stone. But sometimes, if I held my breath and strained to listen, I could almost discern words, spoken in an archaic, guttural dialect that prickled the hairs on my arms. My insomnia, a familiar demon, clawed deeper, leaving me perpetually exhausted. My senses heightened to an almost painful degree. Rule 2 was tested again a few nights later. This time, the knock was more insistent. A heavy, urgent thudding that rattled the old oak door in its frame. A man's voice, rough and breathless, called out, "Sanctuary! I beg you, Father, sanctuary from the old ways." From she who walks without sound. She's marked me. My heart hammered. Let them in without question. Offer them common iron nails. I fumbled with the latch, pulling the door open. The man who stumbled in was a wraith, gaunt, his clothes ripped as if by vicious thorns, his eyes wide and hollow with a terror that sucked the air from the small narthex. Mud caked his bare feet, and there were deep, bleeding scratches on his arms and face. He smelled of pine needles, fear, and something else, something wild and musky, like a cornered animal. "The nails," I said, my voice hoarse, holding out a handful of the rough iron spikes Marla Breyer had left. He seized them, his calloused fingers closing around the metal with a desperate, convulsive grip. As he did, the nails seemed to almost glow for a fleeting second in the dim lamplight, a faint reddish pulse, and the air around him, which had felt thick and charged, subtly cleared. He sank onto a pew, clutching the nails, his ragged breathing slowly evening out. He wouldn't speak further, just stared into the flickering lamp flame, his gaze fixed on something far beyond the church walls. By morning, like the young woman before him, he was gone. But where he had sat, the old wooden pew felt unnaturally cold to the touch, and several of the iron nails he'd held lay on the floorboards, bent into strange, unnatural corkscrew shapes. The metal blackened in patches as if it had been subjected to an intense, localized heat. Yet they remained disturbingly cool. I started noticing more things. Small, almost invisible symbols, lightly etched into the aged wood of the pews, under the altar rail, even on the sills of the stained glass windows. They were intricate, geometric patterns, some faded with extreme age, others looking fresher, more crudely scratched. When I described them to Marla, during one of her now regular deliveries of nails and herbs, she'd taken to leaving them with a curt nod and a few low words of advice or warning. Her face grew grim. "Binding marks," she'd said, her voice barely a whisper. "Warding signs. Some are meant to keep things out, others to keep things in. The old ones, they knew the ways, but some of these newer scratchings," she shook her head, "they look wrong. Wow, twisted. Like someone's trying to undo the old protections. Or invite something else in." Father Deeds, when I hesitantly mentioned the symbols, simply smiled his gentle, scholarly smile. "Ah, yes, the folk art of our ancestors, Mr. Weller. Quaint, isn't it? Superstitious carvings to ward off bad luck. Harmless, of course. The only true ward is faith in the Almighty. Yet, during a rare daytime service I felt compelled to attend, his sermon took an unsettling turn. He spoke of ancient covenants with the land, of the sanctity of old sorrows, and the divine balance found in nature's untamed judgments. His words, steeped in an oddly inverted theology, felt less like comfort and more like a veiled justification for the horrors that stalked the hollers. It was during that service that I first saw Micah Deeds properly. He sat alone in a back pew, his expression a mixture of grief and simmering anger. He was clearly an outsider here, his clothes too new, his unease too palpable. He was Father Deeds' son, returned to this forgotten hollow after years away, asking difficult questions about his mother, a former choir singer at St. Harlan's, who had, according to local whispers, simply walked into the woods one autumn evening 20 years ago and never returned. Questions his father deflected with a sad sigh and talk of a troubled mind, seeking a peace only the wilderness could offer. Later that week, I found Micah trying to pry open the rusted lock on the door to the old bell tower, a place Father Deeds kept firmly secured, claiming it was structurally unsound. "My mother used to say she could hear the mountains singing from up there," Micah said, his voice tight with frustration. "Said it told her secrets. Dad didn't like her going up there." The way he said it, the suspicion in his eyes when he looked at his father's church, resonated with my own growing unease. The hollow boy's nightly screams continued, each one a fresh tear in my already tattered nerves. The feeling of being a piece in some ancient, terrifying game was becoming undeniable. The third rule, Silas Blackwood's cryptic pronouncement about becoming a conductor, no longer felt like a poetic flourish. It was a stark, terrifying reality. The travelers came more frequently now, a desperate, haggard procession of souls fleeing the deep woods and the darker hollows. They were a tapestry of mountain sorrows, a young couple whose firstborn had been claimed by the thaw, a chilling euphemism for a child taken by something that stirred with the melting snows, an old man whose family had broken a blood pact with she who walks without sound generations ago, the curse now falling on him, the last of his line, a woman who whispered of root magic that twisted minds and bound spirits to the unhallowed ground. They all carried an aura of profound ancient dread, and they all, without exception, found a desperate, almost pathetic comfort in the rough iron nails I offered. The church had become a sanctuary in truth, a fragile bastion against a tide of primal, Appalachian horror. My discovery of Thomas's journal, hidden beneath a loose flagstone in the damp earth of the vestry floor, solidified my fears. His predecessor, the boy who had screamed and vanished. The leather-bound book was filled with cramped, increasingly frantic entries. He detailed the same travelers, the same haunting sounds, the same oppressive presence of the holler witch. He wrote of the rules, of his slow dawning understanding of his role as conductor. But then, the entries took a darker turn. Thomas began to suspect Father Deeds. He wrote of the priest's unsettlingly calm demeanor in the face of escalating phenomena, of his sermons that seemed to subtly condone or even invite the darkness of backward blessings, muttered over the church thresholds, of protective herbs found mysteriously missing, of iron nails deliberately left to rust in rainwater. "He serves her," Thomas had scrawled in a shaky hand on the last page. "The shepherd feeds his flock to the wolf, my librarian." Her face etched with a grim understanding when I shared passages from the journal, confirmed my worst fears. She spoke more of the Holler Witch, not as a mere folk tale, but as an ancient territorial entity, a spirit of the deep woods, intrinsically tied to the land, who wove curses like spider webs, ensnaring souls through broken pacts, bloodline debts, and forgotten transgressions. "The braided noose of thorns and red thread," she explained, "was the witch mark, a visible sign of a soul already claimed or imminently forfeit." "Father Deeds," Marla said, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes darting towards the shadowed tree line. "He's always been too comfortable with the old tales, too respectful of the shadows. Some say his own mother dabbled. Perhaps he made a pact himself, long ago, for longevity, for power within these hills, or perhaps simply to be left alone by what he knows he cannot truly fight." I began to watch Father Deeds with new, suspicious eyes. I saw him late one afternoon when he thought himself alone, sprinkling a fine, dark powder, not incense, around the church foundations, his lips moving in a low, rhythmic chant that was no part of any Christian liturgy I knew. I saw him subtly rearrange the altar flowers, placing wilted, night-blooming blossoms amongst the fresh ones. Small things, easily dismissed, but in the context of Thomas's journal and Marla's warnings, they painted a chilling picture of insidious betrayal. The Hollow Boy's nightly visitation continued, his screams a metronome marking my descent into this waking nightmare. My guilt over the Boston incident, over the soul I had failed to save, was a raw, open wound, and the child's spectral cries were a constant, agonizing assault. My already fractured faith offered no solace, only a hollow echo of forgotten prayers. I was adrift, responsible for souls I didn't understand, in a place ruled by a darkness I couldn't comprehend, and guided by a priest I now deeply suspected of being its servant. One cold, clear night, after a particularly desperate traveler had fled into the pre-dawn mist, leaving behind a pervasive scent of fear and freshly turned earth, I found it, placed with deliberate, almost mocking precision upon the center of the old wooden altar. Directly beneath the heavy, antique crucifix was a small, intricately braided noose, fashioned from sharp black thorns, interwoven with a single vibrant strand of crimson thread, the Hollow Witch sigil. It wasn't just a warning, it was a declaration, and it felt chillingly like a personal invitation. The storm hit the Appalachians like the wrath of a vengeful god. It wasn't just rain and wind. It was a furious, elemental assault. Trees, ancient sentinels of the holler, groaned and crashed in the surrounding darkness. The wind shrieked through the eaves of St. Harlan's like 1,000 tortured souls, rattling the stained glass windows in their leaded frames, until I feared they would shatter. The power, already unreliable in these remote mountains, flickered, sputtered, and died, plunging the church into a profound, suffocating darkness, broken only by the frantic, dancing light of the few oil lamps I managed to keep lit. And with the storm, they came. Not in ones and twos, but in a desperate, terrified flood. Men, women, even a few wide-eyed, silent children, their faces pale and streaked with mud. Their clothes soaked and torn, they stumbled through the unlocked doors of St. Harlan's, bringing with them the wild elemental fury of the night, and a terror so profound it was almost a physical presence in the frigid air. "She's riled," a gaunt, bearded man shrieked, his eyes rolling white. The storm. It's her breath, her anger. She's hunting tonight. The root callers are out. A young woman sobbed, clutching a wailing infant to her chest. We saw them. Shapes made of twisted branches and mud, moving in the lightning flashes. The whispers. They ain't just in the trees no more. Another man gasped, collapsing onto a pew. They're in our heads, calling us, promising things. The church nave, usually so empty and echoing, was now crowded with frightened, shivering souls. Their combined fear, a palpable miasma, and through the howling wind, through the crashing thunder, another sound began to weave its way into the cacophony. The holler witch song. It wasn't the mournful humming I'd grown accustomed to. This was different. Deeper, more resonant. Deeper, more resonant. A sorrowful, yet undeniably predatory melody that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath us, from the storm-lashed sky above, calling to the darkness within each of them. And I feared within me braided nooses of thorn and crimson thread, larger and more crudely fashioned than the one I'd found on the altar, appeared as if by magic, hanging from the door handles, dangling from the rafters, stark and menacing in the flickering lamplight. It was amidst this chaos, this primal terror, that Micah Deeds stumbled in, his face a mask of horrified revelation. He wasn't seeking sanctuary. He was seeking his father. He clutched a slim, leather-bound diary to his chest, its pages water-stained and warped. His mother's. "Father!" Micah's voice, raw with anguish and accusation, cut through the din. He found Father Deeds near the altar, not ministering to the terrified flock, but standing with an unnerving, almost ecstatic calm, his eyes fixed on the large central stained glass window, depicting the archangel Michael casting down Lucifer, a window that now seemed to writhe with unnatural shadowy movement. "Micah, my son," Father Deeds said, his voice a low, resonant hum that barely carried above the storm, yet held a terrifying authority. "You should not be here. This night is sacred. Sacred." Micah's laugh was a harsh, broken thing. "I found her journal, Father. Mother's journal, hidden in the old hymnal cabinet. She wrote everything. About you. About her. About the pact you made." Father Deeds' benevolent facade finally, irrevocably, shattered. His gentle, scholarly eyes hardened, an ancient cold cunning glinting within them. "Your mother was chosen, Micah, as are these." He gestured to the cowering travelers. "The Holler Witch is not an evil to be fought. She is a fundamental truth of these mountains, a balance, a judgment. This church, St. Harlan's, it was never meant to be a true sanctuary from her. It is a sorting house, a place where the tithe is gathered, where those marked, those who carry the old debts and the broken covenants, are brought to her attention." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, filled with a terrifying, zealous conviction. "She offers peace, Micah. An end to their struggles. A return to the embrace of the deep earth. And for her servants, for those who understand her ancient wisdom, she offers much." He smiled, a thin, bloodless stretching of his lips. "Longevity, visions. A place of honor when the old ways fully return to these hills." He admitted it all, his subtle alterations to the church's protective rites, the spreading of specific powders that weakened the wards, the backward blessings that soured the sacred ground, the way he'd subtly guided some lost souls not towards salvation, but towards salvation. The witch's nearest hunting grounds. Thomas had been right. The shepherd was indeed feeding his flock to the wolf. As if summoned by his confession, the Holler Witch presence intensified. The church groaned under an immense unseen pressure. The church groaned under an immense unseen pressure. Shadowy tendrils, looking like animated roots and thorny vines, began to snake through cracks in the floorboards, under the ill-fitting doors, trying to force their way in. The stained glass windows, those sorrowful saints, began to weep, a thick, black, viscous ichor, their painted faces distorting into leering, malevolent grins. The air grew frigid, and the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something cloyingly sweet and corrupt, filled the nave. Father Deeds moved then, with a speed and purpose that belied his age. He strode towards a small, seldom-used door behind the altar, a door that, according to Thomas's journal, led to an old root cellar, a place where the earth was thin, a place said to be a direct conduit to the witch domain. "The time for sorting is at hand," he declared, his voice ringing with mad triumph. "The conductor will deliver his passengers." Luke knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow, that Father Deeds wasn't talking about him. He was talking about himself. He was about to betray them all. Marla Breyer, who had arrived just as the storm had broken, seeking shelter and to offer what aid she could, stepped forward, a bundle of iron nails clutched in one hand, a sprig of dried rowan in the other. "Not tonight, Malric," she said, her voice low and steady despite the fear that tightened her face. "Not while I still draw breath." The battle for St. Helens, for the souls huddled within its groaning walls, had truly begun. And as Luke looked at his own reflection in a sliver of unbroken ichor-streaked glass from a shattered window pane, he saw not his own terrified face, but a gaunt, hollow-eyed figure, its skin like bark, its eyes burning with a cold green light, already bound in a delicate, almost beautiful tracery of thorns. The witch was marking him too. The small stone church of St. Helens became a besieged fortress against the raging storm and the encroaching, ancient malice of the Holler Witch. Father Deeds, his face alight with a terrifying, ecstatic fervor, fumbled with the rusted latch on the root cellar door, chanting in that guttural, archaic dialect that seemed to make the very stones around them vibrate. The shadowy tendrils of roots and vines, now thick as a man's arm, smashed through the already weakened stained glass windows, their thorny tips questing, seeking. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth, ozone, and the cloying, corrupt sweetness of the witch's near presence. "She calls them home, Marla!" Deeds shrieked above the storm's roar, his eyes fixed on the herbalist. "To the deep peace of the soil. You cannot deny her tithe. This ain't peace you're offering, Malric." Marla shot back, her voice tight but unwavering. She moved with a desperate grace, shoving iron nails into the hands of the whimpering travelers, pressing pouches of dried herbs, rowan, salt, and something that smelled sharply of pine and blood, into their grasp. It's damnation. And this church is still a house of God, no matter how you've tried to sour it. Micah, his face a mask of anguish and disbelief at his father's monstrous betrayal, finally acted. He lunged, tackling Father Deeds away from the root cellar door, just as the latch gave way with a groan of tortured metal. The two men wrestled on the cold stone floor, a tragic tableau of familial and spiritual warfare amidst the encroaching supernatural horror. Luke felt a strange, cold clarity descend upon him. The terror was still there, a knot of ice in his gut, but beneath it something else stirred, a flicker of the faith he thought long dead, or perhaps the birth of a new, more primal kind of conviction. He was the conductor. These souls were his responsibility. He grabbed the heavy old altar crucifix, its brass tarnished, but its form a potent symbol, and stood before the now open root cellar door, a black, gaping maw that seemed to exhale the cold breath of the deep earth, and the witch's sorrowful, hungry, "Son, get back!" Luke roared, his voice surprisingly strong, echoing through the besieged church. He held the crucifix aloft, not as a priest, but as a desperate man wielding the only weapon he had left. From the Stygian depths of the cellar, a form began to coalesce. Not the witch herself, not yet, but one of her aspects. A towering figure made of twisted roots, gnarled branches, and packed, wet earth. Its head a grotesque parody of a human skull, formed from bleached animal bones. Its eyes glowing with that same cold green light Luke had seen in his own reflection. It moved with a slow, ponderous, unnatural grace, the scent of grave mold and ancient bitter herbs preceding it. The travelers screamed. Father Deeds, momentarily overpowering Micah, scrambled towards the cellar, his arms outstretched. "My lady, your servant offers them to you." Willingly. But as the root thing reached for Deeds, Marla threw herself forward, scattering a handful of coarse rock salt and a fistful of iron filings directly into its path. The creature recoiled with a sound like 1,000 dry branches snapping, its form flickering, the green light in its eyes dimming for a crucial instant. "Luke!" "The journal," Marla cried, stumbling back, her face pale but resolute. "Thomas." He wrote of a last resort. The binding of the bells. It needs a true heart. The binding of the bells. Luke remembered the frantic, almost illegible scrawl in Thomas's journal. A dangerous forgotten rite, said to use the consecrated sound of the church bell, amplified by faith and sacrifice, to drive back the shadows, to reinforce the sanctuary's spiritual boundaries. But it required unwavering conviction, and Thomas had hinted a price. There was no time for doubt. Luke thrust the crucifix into Micah's hands. "Hold this door. Don't let him or that thing through." He then raced towards the bell tower rope, which hung, thick and frayed, near the narthex. The hollow boy's screams outside, if possible, had grown even more piercing, more desperate, as if sensing the shift in the spiritual battle. As Luke grasped the rope, Father Deeds, free of Micah once more, lunged at him, his face a mask of pure, murderous rage. "You will not interfere," she promised me. The silence of the roots. But before Deeds could reach him, Marla intervened again. She held aloft a small, intricately carved wooden effigy, something she'd pulled from her herbalist's bag. It looked ancient, almost totemistic. As she began to chant in a low, rapid dialect, the effigy began to smoke, then glow with an intense blue light. She pressed it against Father Deeds' chest. The priest screamed, a sound that was no longer human, as the blue light enveloped him. His form flickered, and for a horrifying moment, Luke saw not Deeds, but a gaunt, skeletal figure wreathed in thorny vines, its eyes burning with the witch's cold, green fire. Then, with a final agonized shriek, Father Deeds collapsed, the effigy crumbling to ash in Marla's hand. She swayed, a trickle of blood leaking from her nose, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "The old ways. Cut both ways, Malric," she whispered, her strength failing. Luke didn't hesitate. He pulled on the bell rope with all his might. The ancient bell of St. Harlan's, silent for perhaps decades, groaned, then let out a single, clear, resonant peal that cut through the storm's fury like a sword of sound. As the note reverberated, Luke poured every ounce of his shattered, reforming faith, every memory of his initial calling, every desperate prayer for the souls cowering in the nave, into that sound. He pulled again, and again, the bell's voice growing stronger, purer, imbued with a desperate, defiant sanctity. The root thing in the cellar shrieked, a sound like tortured wood and dying animals, and recoiled from the open doorway as if struck by a physical blow. The shadowy tendrils lashing through the windows withered and pulled back. The ichor on the glass seemed to steam and fade. The very air in the church felt lighter, cleaner, the oppressive presence of the hollow witch receding. a sorrowful song dimming, though not entirely vanishing, into the receding howl of the storm. As dawn approached, fragile and gray, the storm finally broke. The last peal of the bell faded into an exhausted silence. The church, battered and scarred, still stood. The aftermath was a landscape of devastation, both physical and spiritual. Father Malric Deeds lay still on the cold stone floor, his features peaceful, but his body unnaturally cold. A faint scent of damp earth and bitter herbs clinging to him. Whether Marla's totem had merely incapacitated him, or driven out the witch's influence, or something more permanent, Luke couldn't say. Mika sat beside his father, his face a ruin of grief and a terrible dawning understanding of the true cost of the old ways. Marla was weak, but alive, the effort of her counter-ritual having taken a severe toll. She had, in her own way, paid a price for sanctuary. The travelers, huddled together, were traumatized, but, for the moment, safe, as the weak morning sun filtered through the shattered ichor-stained windows. They began to stir, their faces etched with the night's horrors, but also with a dawning, fragile hope. The authorities, when they were finally able to reach the isolated holidays later after the roads were cleared, found a scene they couldn't possibly comprehend. A church ravaged by a storm, a catatonic priest, a collection of incoherent, terrified witnesses speaking of shadows and root things. The official report would speak of a freak weather event, of mass hysteria induced by isolation and fear. Father Deeds was quietly committed to a state institution. The story of St. Harlan's Night of Terror would become another whispered, embellished legend in the deep hollers, another layer of dark folklore for future generations. Many of the travelers moved on as soon as they were able, seeking less active sanctuaries in towns further from the deep woods. But a few, those whose curses were too deeply woven or whose spirits were too profoundly scarred, chose to stay. They formed a small, wary community around St. Harlan's, helping to repair the physical damage, their shared ordeal creating an unspoken, unbreakable bond. Luke Weller remained. He was no longer the broken ex-seminary student searching for oblivion. The graveyard shift at St. Harlan's was no longer a penance. It was a vigil. His faith, once a shattered ruin, had been reforged in the crucible of that terrible night, not into the pristine certainty of his youth, but into something grittier, more pragmatic, a fierce, protective belief in the necessity of light, in the necessity of light, in the necessity of light. Deepest darkness of sanctuary against the ancient, encroaching horrors of the world. He was the conductor, and this was his station. Marla, recovering slowly, stood by his side, her knowledge of the old ways now a vital part of the church and its flock's defense. Months later, life at St. Harlan's found a new, uneasy rhythm. The nights were still long, the silence of the mountains still profound, but now it was a watchful silence, not an empty one. Luke kept the doors unlocked. He kept the oil lamps burning. He always had a supply of fresh iron nails, courtesy of Marla, ready for those who sought shelter. One crisp autumn night, as a chill wind whispered through the holler, carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, there was a soft, hesitant knock at the church door. Luke opened it to find a young woman, her face pale in the moonlight, her eyes wide with a familiar hunted fear. She clutched a small, crudely wrapped bundle of freshly cut iron nails. I was told," she stammered, her gaze darting towards the dark, listening woods that pressed close around the churchyard, "that this was a place of sanctuary, from what walks in the night." Luquella looked at her, then out at the ancient brooding mountains. For a fleeting moment, from the deepest shadows of the tree line, he thought he saw two pinpricks of cold green light watching, and on the wind, faint but unmistakable. He heard a low, sorrowful humming, a melody as old as the stones, as patient as the turning of the seasons. The holler witch was always out there, always waiting. He stepped aside, holding the door wider. He stepped aside, holding the door wider. "Welcome to St. Harlan's," he said, his voice calm, steady, the voice of the conductor. "You're safe here. Come in." The railroad of souls ran deep into the heart of the Appalachian night, and his vigil had only just truly begun. I can still smell the damp earth, even now, an almost tactile memory that clings to the back of my throat. That, and something else, something cloyingly sweet and funereal, like decaying gardenias left too long on a forgotten grave. That was the perfume of the Oglethorpe Catacombs, beneath Savannah. After my history PhD aspirations had crumbled into academic dust and student loan debt, the part-time night tour guide job was less a career choice and more an act of quiet desperation, a way to keep the wolves from the door while I tried to excavate some meaning from a life that felt as buried and lightless as the tunnels themselves. Mrs. Dana Wolf, the site manager, a woman whose smile line seemed permanently etched with anxiety, and whose eyes never quite landed on mine for more than a fleeting second, had handed me a well-worn, laminated card. Just a few local considerations for after-hours personnel. "Mr. Coulson," she'd said, her voice a strained whisper that barely disturbed the thick, tomb-like silence of her cramped office. She'd warned me, with a nervous cough, about the sensitivities of certain sealed-off sections, particularly the old slave burial crypts and the unmarked children's plots from the fever years. Her predecessor, a young man named Mark Patel, she'd mentioned with a shudder, had just stopped showing up one morning. All they found was his company flashlight, still on, lying beside a single, antique porcelain doll with vacant, staring eyes, deep in a rarely used utility tunnel. The catacombs themselves were a disorienting warren, a claustrophobic maze carved from the earth beneath the historic streets of Savannah. The air was heavy, humid, tasting of lime dust, ancient decay, and that ever-present, sickly, sweet floral scent. The silence was profound, a living entity broken only by the incessant drip of water from unseen fissures, and the occasional unsettling scuttle of something small and unseen in the deeper darkness. The tunnels were narrow, the ceilings low, forcing even me, a man of average height, to stoop in places. They twisted and turned with no discernible logic, a labyrinth designed to hold its secrets close. Dana Wolfe had walked me through the standard tour route with the weary air of someone reciting a script they knew by heart, but no longer believed. She'd pointed out the reinforced archways, the crumbling sarcophagi, the niches carved into the earthen walls where the city's less fortunate had once been interred. Then, back in the relative brightness of the small above-ground ticket office, she'd pressed the laminated card into my hand. Oglethorpe Catacombs, Night Staff Protocols 1. Never turn your back for an extended period on the sealed slave burial section. Tunnel C7. The spirits there harbor a rightful anger, and are said to possess a long and unforgiving memory for those who profited from their suffering or disrespect their final rest. If you observe children's toys, marbles, dolls, small wooden animals, appearing to roll or move towards you from unmarked graves or unlit alcoves, leave them where they stop. Do not touch them. Do not acknowledge them beyond noting their position for the morning report. 3. Paisarof. Eidersterkien. Should you witness the spectral forms of children, engaging members of your living tour group in play, particularly teaching them games or songs popular during the 1876 yellow fever epidemic, e.g. Ring Around the Rosie, Ashes, Ashes, London Bridge, you have inadvertently become the eternal playmate coordinator. Your shift will be considered permanent. I'd read the third rule with a hollow laugh, The kind you make when confronted with so absurd it borders on the offensive. An eternal playmate coordinator. Grim folklore, I'd concluded. Designed to spook the new guy, or perhaps a darkly poetic way of describing the psychological toll of working alone in such a profoundly sorrowful place. My failed academic career had been built on facts, on verifiable history, not on ghost stories and laminated warnings. My first few nights were uneventful, a monotonous routine of leading small groups of apathetic tourists or ghost hunting enthusiasts through the dimly lit, pre-approved sections, reciting a sanitized, board-approved history of Savannah's buried past. Then, the tours would end. The last echoes of their nervous laughter would fade, and I'd be left alone to lock up, the silence descending like a physical weight. It was then that the catacombs seemed to awaken. Cold spots would bloom in previously warm tunnels. I'd hear whispers, soft and sibilant, just at the edge of my hearing, like dry leaves skittering over stone, or sometimes like the hushed, aggrieved murmurings of a crowd. Several times, I was certain I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck when I knew I was alone. One night, after the last tour group had departed, as I was making my final sweep before locking the heavy iron gate at the entrance, I saw it, lying near an unmarked, child-sized niche in a far, seldom-used tunnel. A niche I was sure had been empty earlier was a single, perfectly preserved antique glass marble. It glinted a deep sapphire blue in the beam of my flashlight, looking impossibly clean amidst the dust and decay. It hadn't rolled there. It hadn't rolled there. It had been placed. The solitary glass marble became a small, unsettling fixture in my nightly routine. I never touched it, remembering the second rule, but its presence was a constant, silent question. The feeling of being watched intensified, particularly when I was alone in the deeper, less traveled sections of the catacombs. It wasn't a hostile feeling, not yet, but rather one of intense, childlike curiosity, mixed with something else, something old and sorrowful. Rule 1 asserted itself with a chilling subtlety. Tunnel C7, the sealed entrance to the slave burial section, was marked on my route map with a stern, red-inked no entry, structurally unsound. It was a crudely bricked-up fork in a larger passage, the mortar crumbling, a faint, earthy, metallic scent, like old blood and rust, seeping from between the ill-fitting bricks. During one tour, as I was recounting a sanitized version of colonial Savannah's history, I had to pass directly before it. As I did, my back momentarily to the sealed entrance. An intense, almost unbearable wave of cold washed over me. A profound, suffocating sorrow mixed with a palpable, icy anger. It felt like 1,000 unseen eyes were boring into my spine. My flashlight flickered violently, then dimmed to a sickly orange. A young woman in my tour group gasped, clutching her head, complaining of a sudden, splitting headache and a wave of inexplicable nausea. The feeling and the flashlight malfunction ceased the moment I moved on, facing away from the bricked-up passage. It was during this period that I first met Veronica Ames. She introduced herself one afternoon as I was prepping for my evening shift. She was young, perhaps mid-20s, with an easy smile, bright, intelligent eyes, and an almost infectious passion for Savannah's history. She was a local historian, she explained, specializing in the city's antebellum period and its funerary practices. And the Oglethorpe Catacombs were a site of particular fascination for her. She was charming, articulate, and seemed genuinely thrilled to find someone else, me, who had an academic interest in the city's buried past. She often stayed late, with permission from Donna Wolfe, she assured me, to conduct private research in the quieter, less accessible sections. One evening, as I was alone in the labyrinthine tunnels, checking the emergency lanterns before my first tour, it happened. I was in a narrow passage flanked by unmarked, child-sized burial niches. From the deep shadow of one of these niches, a small painted wooden ball, clearly very old. Its colors faded, but its surface surprisingly intact, rolled slowly, deliberately, out onto the dusty earthen floor. It came to a perfect stop directly at the toe of my boot. The air around it turned instantly, bitingly cold. Rule 2. Leave them where they stop. Do not touch them. My historian's curiosity, the part of me that had once thrilled at unearthing forgotten details, screamed at me to pick it up, to examine it, but the memory of Patel's flashlight, the vacant-eyed doll, and Dana Wolf's strained, fearful evasiveness when I'd asked about him, held me back. I swallowed hard, took a step back, and continued my rounds, the image of that small, solitary ball burning in my mind. For the rest of the night, I felt unseen eyes, small and inquisitive, following my every move. When I next saw Dana, I pressed her again about Mark Patel. Her usual anxiety deepened into something closer to outright fear. Mark got too interested in the old stories, Mr. Coulson. She'd stammered, avoiding my gaze. The unmarked areas, the children's plots. He said he heard them. The whispers, the games. He started leaving little offerings. Her voice dropped. It's best not to get too involved with the local folklore here. It's not healthy. Her words were a clear warning, but also a chilling confirmation. Later that same week, I was in the small cramped staff room that doubled as a break area, looking for some spare batteries. From the main tunnel leading towards the sealed entrance of C7, the slave burial section, I heard it. Faint, distorted, almost swallowed by the oppressive silence, but unmistakable. A low, mournful, spiritual-like melody, and woven within it, a voice. A man's voice, humming, then forming broken, indistinct words filled with an ancient, unbearable pain. It sounded chillingly, like the vaguely remembered baritone of Mark Patel, a voice I only knew from a faded staff photograph pinned to the bulletin board. A voice now seemingly trapped, echoing from behind those unforgiving bricks. Mark Patel's disembodied, mournful song from behind the bricks of Tunnel C7 became another layer in the Catacombs tapestry of dread. But I started avoiding that section entirely, even if it meant taking longer, more circuitous routes during my solitary lockup sweeps. The presence of the hollow children, as I'd begun to think of them, grew bolder, more insistent. During a small late evening tour with the newlywed couple from Ohio, Trina and Kyle Jefferson, all wide-eyed wonder and nervous excitement, it happened more overtly. We were in a section detailing the city's numerous 19th century epidemics when Trina gasped. Sitting on a low, crumbling sarcophagus that I was certain had been bare stone moments before was a small antique porcelain doll. It was dressed in a faded, lace-trimmed frock, its painted smile chipped, one of its glossy blue eyes missing, leaving a dark, vacant socket that seemed to absorb the lamplight. "Oh, look, Kyle," Trina whispered, a mixture of fascination and unease in her voice. "How quaint and a little creepy." She reached out a tentative finger to touch its delicate china hand. "Ma'am, please," I interjected, perhaps a little too sharply. For preservation purposes, we asked that visitors refrain from touching any artifacts. My heart was hammering. Rule 2. The doll hadn't rolled. It had simply appeared. The air around it was ice cold. Kyle pulled Trina's hand back, looking apologetic. For the rest of that section of the tour, I felt a distinct childish pique, a cold wave of disappointment emanating from the direction of the doll. Veronica Amis became a more frequent presence, her enthusiasm for the catacombs seemingly boundless. She'd often, coincidentally, arrive just as my last tour was finishing, eager to share some new historical insight or to ask my opinion on a recent discovery. These discoveries were always small, easily overlooked items. A corroded tin soldier half buried in the dust near an unmarked child's grave. a child's tarnished silver locket found tucked into a crevice in a wall, a set of antique bone dice. They were always plausibly deniable as long-lost items, yet their placement felt curated, staged. Veronica spoke with a gentle, almost reverent sorrow about the children lost to the yellow fever epidemic of 1876, her eyes shining with an emotion that seemed too profound, too personal for a detached historian. The third rule began to manifest in unsettling, fleeting glimpses during one tour. As I was explaining the different burial customs of early Savannah, I saw her out of the corner of my eye. A small, translucent figure, a girl in a long, old-fashioned dress, peeking from behind a particularly large, ornate crypt. When I turned my head to look directly, she was gone. Moments later, Kyle Jefferson, who had been lagging slightly behind, caught up, a puzzled frown on his face. "Did you hear that?" he asked, a little girl giggling, and I thought I felt someone tug on my sleeve, but there was no one there. Trina, further ahead, shivered. I thought I saw some children," she said hesitantly, "playing tag, way down at the end of that dark tunnel, but they were so quiet." I started spending my own off hours poring over the dusty, archived maps of the catacombs in the site's small, disorganized office, cross-referencing them with historical records of the 1876 epidemic, trying to pinpoint the 1876 epidemic, trying to pinpoint the exact locations of the unmarked children's burial plots. The official maps were vague, incomplete, but some older hand-drawn sketches hinted at sections far more ancient, far more extensive than the current public routes acknowledged. Areas marked with strange symbols and cautionary notes in faded ink. "Here be sorrows, the little sleepers, do not disturb." One afternoon, before my shift, I found a child's drawing, rendered in faded charcoal on a brittle piece of parchment, tucked into a crevice in the wall near the staff entrance. It depicted crude stick figures. One, noticeably larger than the others, was leading several smaller stick figures by the hand into a dark, tunnel-like opening. One of the smaller figures, significantly more detailed than the others, had the name M. Petal scrawled above it in a childish, uneven hand. Beneath the entire drawing, almost invisible in the dim light, was a newer, more elegant annotation, written in faint pencil. "New friends will be joining the game soon. They always do." The handwriting was delicate, precise, unmistakably Veronica Ames's. A cold dread, sharp and absolute, settled in my stomach. Veronica wasn't just observing history here. She was actively participating in its most horrifying, ongoing chapter. Veronica's annotation on that disturbing drawing confirmed my deepest unvoiced fears. She wasn't a kindred spirit. She was something else, something deeply enmeshed in the catacombs' sinister undercurrents. My academic curiosity had curdled into a gnawing paranoia. The tunnels no longer felt like a repository of history, but a carefully baited, sentient trap, and I was the latest specimen under observation. Sleep became a luxury, my nights filled with dreams of endless, suffocating darkness, the distant echo of children's laughter, and the cold porcelain touch of unseen hands. I confronted Dana Wolf, my voice sharper than intended, brandishing the drawing. Her carefully maintained composure crumbled. Her eyes darted nervously towards the locked door of her inner office, as if expecting something to emerge. "Mr. Coulson, Jared, there are things about this place, protocols, agreements," she stammered, wringing her hands. "Mark Patel, he got too close to the whispering games, as he called them. He believed the children were communicating with him. He started interacting, leaving them little gifts. It's not permitted. There are consequences. Her fear was palpable, but beneath it, there was a layer of resignation, of grim, helpless complicity. The inevitable escalation came during another late tour. The Jeffersons, Trina and Kyle, had, against my better judgment, and perhaps their own, returned morbidly fascinated, wanting to understand what Trina had briefly glimpsed. A few other foolhardy tourists joined them. The atmosphere in the catacombs that night was thicker, more charged than ever before. The children were bolder. Their fleeting appearances were more frequent. Their whispers more distinct, more inviting. We were in a wider chamber, a place where several tunnels converged, grimly known as Fever Rest, due to the sheer number of unmarked graves from the 1876 epidemic. Suddenly, one of them solidified, stepping directly into the weak beam of my flashlight. A young girl, no more than 7 or 8, in a faded gingham dress. Her blonde hair matted, her eyes dark, hollow sockets that seemed to drink the light. Yet her smile was beatific, innocent, utterly terrifying. She glided towards Trina Jefferson, her small, unnaturally pale hand outstretched. "Play with me," the whisper came, not from her lips, but seemingly from the air all around us, a chorus of childish voices. "Let's play Red Hands." Trina, mesmerized, terrified, yet somehow compelled, slowly extended her own hand. Kyle started to protest, but a sudden gusting wind snuffed out half our battery-powered lanterns, plunging us into deeper shadow. The ghost child's touch, when her icy fingers met Trina's, was clearly visible even in the gloom. They began the game, a chillingly silent pantomime. The only sound the faint, rhythmic slap-slap of their hands, one spectral, one solid. Then the remaining lanterns flickered violently, dimmed and died, plunging us into absolute suffocating blackness. A single sharp scream. Trina's pierced the dark. Then silence. "Trina!" Kyle's voice was a raw, panicked shout. I fumbled with my backup flashlight, its beam finally cutting through the oppressive dark. The chamber was empty, save for our terrified, huddled tour group. Trina Jefferson was gone, vanished, in the inescapable confines of that stone-walled tunnel, with no discernible exits other than the one we stood in. She had simply ceased to exist. Kyle was hysterical, clawing at the walls, screaming her name, and then, stepping calmly from a narrow, unmapped side passage I'd never noticed before. Her expression, one of profound, almost beatific sorrow, was Veronica Ames. She carried a small, antique oil lamp, its gentle glow casting long, dancing shadows. "Oh, my dears," she said, her voice dripping with carefully curated sympathy. "What seems to be the trouble? These old tunnels, they can be so treacherous. Sometimes people simply get lost in the dark. Or perhaps a small sinkhole. The ground here is so unstable." Her composure, in the face of Kyle's raw grief and our collective terror, was too perfect, too rehearsed. As I tried to shepherd the remaining, weeping tourists towards the exit, my flashlight beam shaking so badly I could barely see, I glanced back at the spot where Trina had been standing. Lying on the dusty earthen floor, where nothing had been moments before, was a small, antique porcelain doll. It was identical to the one I had seen earlier, dressed in faded lace, its painted smile chipped. But this one was not missing an eye. And around its delicate china neck, glinting faintly in the weak light, was Trina Jefferson's distinctive silver locket, the one with the intertwined initials she'd been showing off just an hour before. The game had found a new player. Trina Jefferson's silver locket, glinting innocently around the porcelain neck of that soulless doll, was a screeching, undeniable siren in the fog of my denial. This wasn't folklore. This wasn't psychological stress. This was real. The catacombs weren't just haunted. They were a hunting ground, a grotesque playground where the lost children of 1876 claimed new, unwilling playmates. And Veronica Ames, with her sweet smile and historical platitudes, was complicit. Or worse, Kyle Jefferson was a wreck, a man hollowed out by grief and disbelief, his raw sobs echoing in the oppressive silence as I, with Veronica's disturbingly calm assistance, led the remaining terrified tourists back to the surface. Dana Wolf met us at the entrance, her face already pale, but whitening further as the story tumbled out. She wrung her hands, offered incoherent apologies, promised to call the authorities, but her eyes, when they met mine, held a familiar, helpless fear, the look of someone trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. I couldn't leave it. Guilt, a corrosive acid, ate at me. Trina had vanished on my tour, Patel Spectral Song, the Rolling Ball, the Doll. They were all pieces of a puzzle I was now terrifyingly a part of. The third rule, you've become the eternal playmate coordinator. That wasn't a metaphor for burnout. It was a goddamn job description. And I was failing. While Dana dealt with the hysterical tourists and a bewildered Kyle, and Veronica offered victim support with a predatory solicitude that made my skin crawl, I slipped away, armed with the oldest, most detailed maps of the catacombs I could find in the dusty office archives. Maps that showed twisting, unmapped tendrils of tunnels, spreading far beneath the city like necrotic roots. And my heavy-duty flashlight, I went back down. Alone. The air in the catacombs felt different now. Charged, expectant. The silence was deeper, but the whispers were louder, more insistent, no longer just at the edge of hearing but coalescing into sibilant, childish voices. Play with us, Jared. Don't be afraid. Trina likes the games. I ignored them, focusing on the faded ink of the old map, pushing deeper into sections far off the approved tour routes, sections that smelled of undisturbed earth and something else. Something metallic and sharp, like old fear. The bricked-up entrance to Tunnel C7 pulsed with a cold, angry energy as I passed it. And then I heard it again. Mark Patel's voice, clearer this time, not singing, but speaking. A desperate, fragmented whisper that seemed to bleed from the very stones. She helps them. The historian feeds them. Her brother, he waits. He always waits for new friends. His words, a ghostly breadcrumb trail, led me to a section not marked on even the oldest maps. A narrow fissure, hidden behind a loose section of retaining wall, opened into a larger chamber. The air here was cloying, almost suffocating, with that funereal gardenia scent, but also with the unmistakable sweetish odor of decay. It was a charnel nursery. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of antique toys were arranged in grotesque, playful tableaux. Porcelain dolls, with vacant eyes and cracked smiles, sat propped against crumbling burial niches. Tin soldiers, rusted and bent, stood in perpetual silent battle. A child's rocking horse, its paint faded, one rocker broken, stood frozen mid-rock, and scattered amongst these relics of a bygone era were newer, more disturbing items. A single, modern running shoe, caked in mud, a tourist's discarded digital camera, its lens cracked. Trina Jefferson's brightly colored silk scarf, draped carefully over the shoulders of a particularly large, unsettlingly lifelike doll. And beside each of these newer items, these tokens of the recently vanished, was a small antique doll, each now wearing or holding a miniature, perfectly replicated item belonging to the lost person. A tiny fabric locket, a minuscule camera, charm, a scrap of bright silk. It was a museum of stolen souls. And in the center of this macabre playroom, gently brushing the hair of the doll wearing Trina's scarf, humming a soft, sorrowful lullaby, was Veronica Ames. She looked up as I entered, her expression not of surprise, but of quiet, almost tender welcome. Jared, she said, her voice soft. I wondered when you'd find our special place. Isn't it? Peaceful? Peaceful? My voice was a strangled rasp. Beside her, another doll, one I hadn't noticed, sat propped against a small, unmarked headstone. It wore a tiny, meticulously crafted replica of Mark Paddle's company ID badge. Veronica, what is this? What have you done? Her smile was beatific, touched with an unbearable sadness. My younger brother, Thomas, she began, her gaze drifting to a faded daguerreotype photograph propped against another doll. A solemn-faced boy with her same bright eyes. He died in the fever, you know. The Yellow Jack of 76. He was so lonely. I used to come down here as a girl, after my grandmother first showed me the hidden ways. I could feel him here, faintly. And the others, the hollow children, as you call them, they were lonely too. Her story tumbled out, a disturbing, delusional confession delivered with a chilling, almost childlike sincerity. She hadn't just been researching, she'd been curating. She believed she could communicate with her lost brother through the spirits of the other fever children. She'd started by leaving them as old toys, then small offerings. Then she'd realized they needed more. They needed playmates, living company. She started guiding those she deemed lost or alone. Vagrants, runaways, disoriented tourists who strayed from their groups, deeper into the catacombs, introducing them to the children. Patel had gotten too curious, too close to understand. Trina had been an unexpected gift. The artifacts she'd uncovered were her offerings, a way of strengthening the children's connection to this world. And she believed, to her Thomas, they're not suffering, Jared, she insisted, her eyes shining with a frightening, fervent conviction. They're happy now. They have new friends. Thomas is finally smiling again. And you, Jared, with your understanding of history, your sensitivity, you were meant to help me. To be the new coordinator, to make sure the games never end. As if summoned by her words, the hollow children materialized, not as fleeting glimpses this time, but as pale, translucent, yet horribly solid forms. A dozen of them, dressed in the faded, tattered clothes of the 19th century, their eyes dark, empty sockets, their smiles fixed and mirthless. They surrounded me, their touch like graveyard frost, their childish giggles echoing with an ancient predatory hunger. Play with us, Jared. The chorus was inside my head now. Be our friend, forever. Be our friend, forever. One of them, the girl in the gingham dress who had taken Trina, glided towards me, her small, cold hand outstretched. She was humming the tune to London Bridge. They began to circle me, their movements unnervingly fast, their spectral forms flickering the beam of my flashlight. Veronica watched, her face alight with a terrifying maternal pride. Join the game, Jared, she urged softly. Make them happy. It's what Thomas would want. Just as the circle tightened, as the first icy fingers brushed against my skin, a raw, desperate shout echoed from the tunnel entrance. Jared! Trina! Get away from them! Kyle Jefferson. He hadn't left. He'd come back, his face a mask of grief-stricken fury, a heavy, rusted length of old pipe clutched in his hand like a club. He charged into the chamber, a whirlwind of desperate, protective rage. The hollow children, momentarily startled by the sudden violent intrusion, hissed, their forms wavering, their attention briefly diverted from me. It was a sliver of a chance, but a chance nonetheless. Kyle Jefferson's desperate charge was an act of raw, unthinking courage. But against the spectral forms of the hollow children, his rusted pipe was a useless weapon. They flowed around his wild swings like smoke, their childish giggles turning into irritated sibilant hisses. One of them, a small boy in tattered knickerbockers, darted forward and touched Kyle's arm. He cried out, stumbling back, a bloom of shocking, unnatural frost spreading instantly on his sleeve, his skin beneath turning a ghastly white. "No, Kyle! Don't fight them!" Veronica shrieked, her maternal solicitude for the spirits overriding any concern for the living. "You'll only make them angry. They just want to play." But her words, and Kyle's desperate intervention, had bought me a precious few seconds. My mind, reeling from the horror, latched onto Veronica's obsession. Games, the rules, the children's need for playmates. If their existence, their power, was tied to these games, then perhaps the games themselves held the key. When the ghost children start playing with your living tour group and teaching them games, you've become the eternal playmate coordinator. A coordinator. Someone who organizes, who directs. "What game are we playing now, Veronica?" I shouted, my voice surprisingly steady, cutting through the spectral hisses and Kyle's pained gasps. The hollow children paused, their hollow eyes fixing on me, their movements momentarily stilled by the direct address. Veronica looked momentarily confused. "Why?" "We were about to play London Bridge, Jared. Thomas always loved London Bridge." "No," I said, a wild, desperate idea forming. My historical knowledge, the countless hours spent researching Savannah's past, the 1876 epidemic. That's not the game they truly want. Not tonight. Not after they have a new friend. I gestured towards the doll wearing Trina's locket. They want a game of finding. A game of bringing everyone together. I was improvising, grasping at straws, trying to impose some kind of order, some kind of narrative onto the chaos. "Hide and seek," I declared, my voice echoing a little too loudly in the oppressive chamber. A grand game of hide and seek. All the friends together again. That's what they want, isn't it, Veronica? For all the lonely children to be found? The hollow children stilled, their heads cocking in unison. An unnervingly synchronized movement. A low whisper, like wind through dry leaves, rustled through the chamber. "Hide and seek." Veronica's eyes lit up with a feverish, almost manic understanding. "Yes. Oh yes, Jared. Thomas loved hide and seek. He was so good at hiding." She turned to the spirits, her voice trembling with excitement. "Children, Mr. Coulson has a wonderful idea. We'll all play, and we'll find everyone. Even the ones who are very well hidden." Her gaze flickered towards the darker, unexplored tunnels leading from the chamber. It was a terrible gamble, but it was the only one I had. "Kyle," I hissed, grabbing his arm. His skin was shockingly cold where the spirit child had touched him. "We have to play along. We have to be the seekers, but we seek the way out." The hollow children began to disperse, their forms flickering, giggling as they faded into the deeper shadows, into the myriad nooks and crannies of their macabre nursery. "Ready or not, here we come," the chorus whispered, fading into the oppressive silence. "You see, Jared," Veronica said, her face aglow. "They're happy now. You understand them." She moved towards one of the darker tunnel entrances, the one where the air was thickest with that cloying gardenia scent. "Thomas is this way. He's the best hider. We must find him first." This was my chance. While Veronica was distracted, her delusion momentarily sated, Kyle and I had to find an escape. The main tunnels were likely now a spectral playground, but the old maps. I remembered a notation on one, a forgotten service shaft, supposedly sealed, near this undocumented section. "We'll find him, Veronica," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But a good game needs boundaries. We can't have anyone getting too lost." I edged towards the tunnel entrance Veronica wasn't focused on, trying to orient myself with the remembered map. The game had begun, a desperate, terrifying game of hide and seek. where the seekers were also the prey, and the hiders were legion, their laughter echoing from the cold, unyielding earth, promising an eternity of play in the darkness beneath Savannah. The catacombs became a nightmarish playground. Every shadow seemed to hold a giggling, spectral child. Every rustle of dust, every drip of water sounded like a footstep. A hushed whisper of "Can't find me, Kyle," his arm throbbing with an unnatural, icy pain, stumbled beside me, his initial fury replaced by a grim, terrified determination. Veronica, utterly lost in her delusion, flitted ahead, calling out her brother's name, occasionally pointing to a dark alcove and declaring, "He's close. I can feel him." My gamble so far was holding. By initiating the game, by giving the Hollow children a new, focused activity, their direct aggression had momentarily abated, but the air was still thick with their presence, their cold touch a constant threat, their whispers an insidious erosion of sanity. We were on their turf, playing by their rules, even if I was desperately trying to rewrite them as we went. Using the tattered mental image of the old map, I navigated us through a series of crumbling, forgotten passages, away from Veronica and the main concentration of spirits. We found the old service shaft, its entrance half collapsed, choked with debris. It smelled of stagnant water and something else, something sharp and metallic, like old iron. Iron, I muttered, remembering the folklore, the apotropaic qualities. Could it be a barrier? Working frantically, using a loose heavy stone as a makeshift tool, we managed to clear enough debris to reveal a rusted iron-runged ladder ascending into absolute blackness. This had to be it. Our only way out. "You first, Kyle," I urged. He hesitated, looking back into the gloom from whence we came, where the faint, chilling sound of children singing, ring around the rosy, was now audible. As Kyle started to climb, a cold, small hand suddenly gripped my ankle. I cried out. The gingham-dressed girl, Trina's doppelganger, stood before me, her hollow eyes fixed on mine, her other hand holding the doll with Trina's locket. "Lee, don't go, coordinator," the chorus whispered in my head. "The game isn't over. We haven't found everyone." Behind her, Veronica, her face contorted in a mask of betrayal and sorrow. "You're leaving, but Thomas, we haven't found Thomas. We haven't found Thomas." The other Hollow children were materializing, their forms more solid, their giggles turning into frustrated, angry hisses. The game was breaking down. "Veronica," I said, my voice desperate, "Thomas isn't here to be found by you like this. He's gone. These are just echoes. Trapped. And you're trapping more." I looked at the doll in the gingham girl's hand. "Trina. Is Trina in there?" The ghost child tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "She's playing. Always playing." There was no reasoning with them, no reasoning with Veronica. I wrenched my ankle free, the cold touch leaving my skin burning and numb. I shoved the doll, Trina's doll, into Veronica's hands. "Here, a new playmate for Thomas. Here, a new playmate for Thomas. The game is to keep this one safe. Protect her. That's the most important rule now." Veronica stared at the doll, her expression shifting from anger to a dawning, confused tenderness. She clutched it to her chest. The Hollow children hesitated, their attention drawn to the doll, to Veronica's sudden, focused devotion. It was the only distraction I'd get. "Kyle, go." I scrambled up the ladder after him, into the unknown darkness, the sounds of Veronica crooning to the doll, and the confused, frustrated whispers of the Hollow children fading below. We emerged, filthy and shaking, into a forgotten, boarded-up cellar, beneath an abandoned warehouse, on the edge of the historic district, miles from the Oglethorpe Catacombs main entrance. We were out. Veronica Amos was found a few days later, deep within the catacombs, catatonic, clutching a porcelain doll, humming a child's lullaby. She was committed. The hidden nursery chamber was eventually located, though its full extent and the true number of artifacts were never officially disclosed. The deepest, oldest sections of the Oglethorpe Catacombs were permanently sealed by the city, citing extreme geological instability. Trina Jefferson was never found. Her official status remains a missing person. I left Savannah. I never went back. I tried to live a normal life, but the quiet sweetness of gardenias now makes my stomach churn. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I'll hear it. Faint, distant, almost imaginary. A child's giggle and the gentle, unmistakable sound of a small glass marble rolling slowly across a dusty wooden floor, coming to a stop just outside my bedroom door. The games, I know, are never truly over, and somewhere, in the darkness, new playmates are always being sought by the eternal children. They say the veil between worlds is thinnest in New Orleans, a city that wears its history like a shroud, heavy with perfume and regret. I never bought into it, not really, until I started polishing glasses behind the mahogany at the last call. It's tucked away down a cobblestone alley in the French Quarter, the kind gas lamps forget, and tourists never find, where the first unspoken rule, the one I inherited with the tarnished keys, is you always keep the numbers for a priest, a rabbi, and an imam tucked beside the antique cash register. Some customers, you see, need more than just a perfectly mixed Sazerac before they can finally settle their tab and move on. The air in here always hangs thick, a potent cocktail of aged wood, spilled bourbon, the ghosts of 1,000 forgotten cigars, and a faint, unidentifiable sweetness like funeral flowers left too long in the sun. That old brass till, the one with the cherubic face worn smooth by time, it has a disconcerting habit of ringing up phantom orders, a ghostly kaching, echoing in the quiet moments when no one's within 10 feet of it. My predecessor, a gaunt, quiet man named Elias, who always smelled faintly of dust and despair. He told me the third rule. If they start confessing instead of ordering, son, you just pour strong and listen deep. Right before he up and vanished, one misty morning, leaving behind only a half-finished absinthe and a single, scuffed child-sized patent leather shoe, sitting primly by the storeroom door. My name is Noah Reyes, ex-army, ex-psychologist, current purveyor of spirits, both liquid and increasingly the other kind. The army taught me how to dissect trauma. The VA taught me how futile that often was. Now, I mix drinks, the precise ritual of it, the measure, the stir, the pour. It's a small, controllable piece of order in a world that feels increasingly unhinged. Tonight, like most nights, the bar was a study in shadows and hushed conversations. Jack Holloway, my co-bartender, moved with his usual spectral grace, wiping down the counter, humming some old mournful jazz tune under his breath. He never seemed to sweat, never seemed to tire, and he had this uncanny knack for knowing, just knowing, when one of our quieter regulars was about to drift in. A faint shimmer by the far end of the bar, near the ancient clouded mirror that never quite reflected the room accurately. A man materialized, dapper in a slightly out-of-style suit, a phantom gardenia in his lapel. Old Louis, the trumpet player. He'd come in like this twice a week for the past month. Order a vieux carré he never touched. And recount, in a voice like rustling silk, the precise moment his solo faltered on Basin Street, the high C he could never quite hit before the embolism took him. He'd sigh, the gardenia would droop, and he'd fade like old smoke. Tonight was no different. Jack just nodded once, a faint smile playing on his lips, and started mixing Louis' usual before the poor man even fully coalesced. And I watched it happen, the familiar unease prickling my skin. Just exhaustion, I told myself. The quarter, the late hours, too much imagination. The bell above the heavy oak door, a bell that rarely announced anyone tangible, gave a low, sorrowful chime. It was a sound that seemed to suck the warmth from the room. The gas lamps outside flickered violently for a moment, casting a strobe of distorted shadows. Jack paused, his hand hovering over a bottle of rye, his humming ceasing abruptly. He looked towards the door, not with surprise, but with a kind of quiet, almost reverent anticipation. And then she drifted in, a woman, or the ghost of one, wreathed in an aura of profound, bone-chilling sorrow. She wore a wedding dress, once white, now the color of old ivory and grave mold, its lace hem tattered and stained with something dark, like dried poppies. Her veil was askew, revealing a face pale as moonlight, streaked with tears that seemed to shimmer and vanish before they hit the floor. The scent of lilies, overpowering and funereal, washed over the bar, along with a cold so intense my teeth began to chatter. She glided to the bar, her movements fluid and unnatural, and her voice, when she finally spoke, was a whisper of shattered glass and autumn leaves. Hey, he promised me forever. The spectral bride's grief was a physical presence in the bar, a crushing weight that made the very air feel thick and hard to breathe. The temperature plummeted further. Intricate frost patterns, like skeletal lace, began to creep across the surface of the antique mirror behind the bar. Jack, his face unnervingly serene, simply placed a clean-cut crystal glass before her, no question asked. "Marigold," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of decaying silk. "My name was Marigold Lance." Her spectral gaze, luminous and lost, fixed on me. "He killed me on our wedding night, left me in the soil like a discarded bloom." A single, perfect spectral tear traced a path down her cheek, leaving a faint, shimmering trail that evaporated almost instantly. The scent of lilies intensified, mingled now with the unmistakable cloying odor of damp earth. "Who, Marigold?" I asked, my voice barely a croak. My training, the part of me that still tried to impose logic on the illogical, screamed that this was a stress-induced hallucination, a particularly vivid manifestation of my own unresolved anxieties. But the cold was real. The frost on the mirror was real. "The doctor," she breathed, a faint, ethereal mist escaping her lips. "From the Chandler Institute. He collected us." Collected? My blood ran cold. There were six of us, like flowers pressed in a dark book. I was the fifth. But the sixth glass, he never named her, never found her. She's still waiting. Her form flickered, her outline blurring for a moment, as if the effort of speaking, of remembering, was almost too much for her fragile ectoplasmic form. The Chandler Institute for Cognitive Rehabilitation. The name snagged in my memory. I'd seen it before, on a dilapidated, vine-covered sign on the outskirts of the Garden District. A place long shuttered, whispered about in local lore as a house of horrors. Before I could process further, the beaded curtain to the back room parted, and Sister Camille Moreau entered. She was a woman who seemed to carry the weight of centuries in her sharp, knowing eyes. Her presence a curious blend of earthy pragmatism and otherworldly intensity. She always smelled of sulfur, lavender, and freshly brewed chicory coffee. She paused, her gaze sweeping the room, landing on Marigold with an unreadable expression. "The air in here is thick tonight, Noah," she said, her voice raspy. "Sorrow attracts sorrow. Best not let it curdle the good bourbon." She gave Marigold a long, appraising look. Some souls, they carry their prisons with them. Lighter, after Marigold had faded with a final heartbreaking sigh, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lilies and a patch of impossible cold on the bar top, I started digging. A quick search online confirmed it. Chandler Institute closed down 30 years ago after a massive scandal involving patient abuse and unorthodox, some said depraved, experimental treatments. My hands were shaking. Jack, wiping down the bar with his usual unnerving calm, merely hummed a few bars of St. James Infirmary blues. As I scrolled through grainy online newspaper archives, a small, almost overlooked article from 1988 caught my eye. Bridal tragedy in Bayou St. John. Marigold Lens, 22nd, found murdered. Police baffled. Suspect described as a John Doe, briefly a patient at the controversial Chandler Institute, now missing. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't just a ghost story anymore. This was a cold case. The days following Marigold's visitation were different. The usual melancholy ambience of the last call deepened, taking on a sharper, more desperate edge. It was as if her sorrow had been a signal flare in the spectral hinterlands. More spirits began to find their way to our door, their forms less defined than old Louis, their confessions more fragmented, more urgent, a soldier in a tattered uniform, forever reliving a moment of battlefield terror, muttering about bright lights and metallic screams. A young woman in a faded hospital gown, whispering about cold hands and the sting of needles, her eyes darting nervously towards the corners of the room, as if expecting something to lurch from the shadows. Many of them I noted with a growing sense of dread, made fleeting, disjointed references to institutional settings, to sterile rooms, and the hushed clinical tones of unseen doctors. I started a ledger, a cheap notebook hidden beneath the bar. The confession ledger, I morbidly dubbed it. Dates, descriptions, snippets of their whispered woes. Patterns began to emerge, faint threads connecting their disparate traumas. The name Chandler was a recurring whisper, a venomous echo. My own nights became a landscape of fractured sleep and vivid, sweat-soaked nightmares. Sergeant Miller, the patient I'd lost, the one whose last words, "Will you still listen if I return later, Doc?" had become the silent, accusatory soundtrack to my waking life, now featured prominently. His face, gaunt and despairing, would sometimes morph into the faces of the bar's spectral patrons, his voice blending with their sorrowful confessions. I was drinking too much coffee, not enough water, existing in a perpetual state of sleep-deprived hypervigilance. One afternoon, a man walked in who was undeniably solid flesh and blood, though he carried his own kind of haunting. Detective Ronan Brigg, no PD, suspended, he later told me, for getting too close, for asking too many uncomfortable questions about cold cases nobody wanted to reopen. He was built like a retired linebacker, all hard angles and simmering frustration, his eyes bloodshot and wary. He wasn't looking for a drink. He was canvassing, showing a faded photograph of a smiling, dark-haired teenage girl. "Seen her?" he grunted, his voice rough. "College kid. Got a bit too interested in local ghost stories, specifically at Chandler Institute. I feigned ignorance, a knot of ice forming in my stomach. Later, I'd learned the girl was his daughter, Sarah, his only child, missing for 3 weeks. Jack, throughout all this, remained an island of unsettling calm. He'd suggest specific ingredients for my experimental cocktails, the ones I'd started creating for the spirits based on their stories. A dash of wormwood for bitterness, a sprig of rosemary for remembrance. It was uncanny, his intuition, almost as if he knew their palates, their specific emotional signatures. One evening, as the ghostly nurse in the faded gown whispered about a quiet room at Chandler, a place of unspeakable treatments, a place where Dr. Alistair Finch conducted his memory excisions, Jack softly began to hum a lullaby, an old Creole tune I hadn't heard in years. The nurse's spectral form flickered violently, and she let out a silent, agonized scream before dissolving. Jack just kept humming, polishing a glass as if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened. The name Dr. Alistair Finch became my new obsession. with a reluctant assist from Sister Camille, who, after I'd plied her with a rare bottle of chartreuse and a detailed account of Marigold's story, performed a disquieting ritual involving smoldering herbs and murmured incantations over a faded photograph of the Chandler Institute. Information began to surface. Finch had been a psychiatrist of considerable talent, a pioneer in trauma therapy, until his methods grew extreme. He became fixated on the idea that traumatic memories were a disease that could be surgically, or rather, psychically excised. His notes, sourced by Sister Camille through a shadowy network of contacts in the city's underbelly, spoke of soul scouring and memory voiding. He'd been dismissed in disgrace shortly before Chandler was shut down, but not before several patients had suffered catastrophic mental breakdowns, or had simply vanished from the records. Detective Brigg returned a few days later, the simmering frustration in his eyes now replaced by a raw, hollowed-out desperation. He'd admitted then about Sarah. She was writing a paper, he'd said, his voice cracking, on urban legends on how places like Chandler become magnets for dark folklore. She found something, Noah, something that scared her. She called me, said she'd found a hidden journal. Finch, she thought. Then, nothing. He slumped onto a bar stool, the fight seemingly gone out of him. They say I'm obsessed, that I'm seeing connections that aren't there. He looked at me then, a flicker of something new in his gaze. Not suspicion, but a dawning, horrified understanding. But you see them too, don't you? The shadows in this place. We formed an uneasy alliance, fueled by cheap coffee and shared dread. Brigg provided access to old sealed police files on Chandler, reports filled with redacted names and chillingly clinical descriptions of patient incidents. I shared entries from my confession ledger. The overlap was undeniable. Some of the spirits I'd served, their stories of institutional trauma, their timelines. They matched disappearances from Chandler decades ago, but more disturbingly, some were more recent. A young man who'd vanished from a halfway house near the old institute grounds. Only 2 years prior had appeared at the bar last week, whispering about being invited to a quiet place by a soft-spoken man. The evil of Chandler, whatever it was, hadn't died with the building's closure. It was still active, or it had been reawakened. The very atmosphere of the last call seemed to thicken, the air growing heavy, the silence between spirit visitations charged with an unseen, unheard tension. The faint, sweet smell of decay, once only noticeable upon Marigold's arrival, now seemed a permanent fixture. Jack grew more withdrawn, his jazz humming becoming more frequent, almost a warding gesture, yet his eyes held a strange, watchful glint. He'd started leaving out a small antique silver bell on the back bar, polishing it obsessively when he thought I wasn't looking. One particularly oppressive evening, after a spirit resembling one of Brigg's cold case files had faded with a silent scream, Marigold reappeared. She was more agitated than I'd ever seen her, her form flickering wildly, the scent of grave dirt and lilies almost overpowering. She didn't speak, but glided towards an old, rarely touched liquor cabinet in the darkest corner of the bar. A heavy oak monstrosity that had been there since before Elias. Her translucent hand pointed, trembling, at the dusty floorboards beneath it. Her voice, when it came, was a choked, spectral sob, barely audible above the sudden violent rattling of the windows. He kept her there, buried like a forgotten sin, the sixth glass, under the weeping wood. Marigold's spectral finger, trembling like a leaf in a phantom wind, remained fixed on the floorboards beneath the ancient oak liquor cabinet. The air in the last call had become a physical weight, a suffocating blanket woven from sorrow, fear, and the cloying, sweet rot scent of something long dead and unhallowed. The windows didn't just rattle now. They shuddered in their frames as if an unseen giant were trying to beat its way in. Brig, his face a grim mask of resolve, was already beside me, his hand resting on the holstered weapon beneath his jacket. A useless gesture against the horrors we suspected, but a comfort nonetheless. The weeping wood, I murmured, recalling Marigold's words. The oak of the cabinet was dark, almost black with age, and indeed, in the flickering gaslight, it seemed to glisten with a perpetual, unnatural dampness. Together, Brig and I strained against the cabinet's immense weight. It groaned in protest, the sound like a coffin lid being forced open, scraping across the scarred floorboards with agonizing slowness. Beneath it, the wood was darker still, stained and warped, and there, almost invisible in the gloom, was the faint, unmistakable outline of a trapdoor, its edges nearly seamless with the surrounding planks. No handle, no hinges visible, just a subtle difference in the grain, a faint shadow line. Marigold drifted closer, her form flickering with an almost unbearable intensity, her whispered pleas now a torrent of sorrowful urgency. Now, a torrent of sorrowful urgency. She's there. He put her where no one would look. Finch, the doctor with the empty eyes, Sister Camille, who'd arrived unbidden minutes earlier, drawn by what she'd later describe as a cacophony on the spiritual plane, produced a tarnished silver crowbar from the depths of her voluminous black bag. Some doors are best left unopened. Noah, she said, her voice tight. But some secrets fester if they're not lanced. Without further ceremony, she wedged the tip of the crowbar into a hairline crack with a sickening splinter and a groan of ancient wood. The trapdoor gave way, revealing not a cellar, but a shallow, earthen pit, no more than 4 feet deep and 6 feet long. The air that rushed up was an abomination, cold, fetid, thick with the smell of turned earth, decay, and an underlying, indescribably alien scent, something like ozone and old blood. My stomach churned. Brig aimed his powerful police flashlight into the void. The beam illuminated a cramped, claustrophobic space. The earthen walls were scored with crude, frantic carvings, spirals, eye-like sigils, and what looked like distorted human figures. In the center, half buried in the loose soil, lay a small skeletal hand, its delicate bones still clutching a tarnished silver locket, shaped like a star. The 6th glass, Sarah... Briggs' voice was a ragged, broken whisper. He made a choke sound and started to lurch forward, but Sister Camille's hand shot out, gripping his arm like a vice. Detective? No, the ground here is hungry. It was then that Jack Holloway spoke, his voice cool and calm, cutting through the horrified silence like a shard of ice. He hadn't moved from behind the bar, where he'd been polishing the small antique silver bell with a soft cloth, his movements precise and unhurried. Impressive. I wondered how long it would take you to find Finch Little. Oubliette. We whirled to face him. His usual charming smile was in place, but it didn't reach his eyes. His eyes, they were different. The pupils were dilated, reflecting the dim light with a flat predatory sheen, like a nocturnal animal's. The faint, dissonant humming I'd often heard him make was louder now, a subtle, unnerving thrum that seemed to emanate from his very being. Jack? What the hell is this? I demanded, my voice hoarse. This, Noah, Jack said, placing the silver bell carefully on the bar top, is where the real therapy happens. Dr. Alistair Finch was a visionary, you see. He didn't want to just cure trauma. He wanted to understand its essence, to harness it. He took a step from behind the bar, his movements fluid, almost gliding. I was his most promising subject, his star patient, he called me. A cold dread, more profound than anything I'd felt before, began to uncoil in the pit of my stomach. Finch believed this place. Jack gestured around the bar. This very spot was a confluence, a weak point. A veil rift, as our good sister might call it. He nodded towards Camille, his smile widening. He didn't want to just listen to sorrows, Noah. He wanted to feed on them. Or rather, he wanted to feed it. His gaze flicked down towards the open pit, and for the first time, I felt it. A profound, ancient, and utterly malevolent presence emanating from the exposed earth. Not a ghost, not a spirit, but something older, vaster. A parasitic consciousness that thrummed with a silent, insatiable hunger. The collector bite. Pain's ritual, Jack continued, his voice taking on a hypnotic cadence, was meant to bind the collector to his will, to grant him power over the spiritual detritus of the city. He botched it, of course. The entity was stronger than he anticipated. Jack's eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Finch died screaming. But I was at the epicenter. The ritual didn't kill me, it anchored me. He was a ghost. And it, to me, he was a ghost. Or something impossibly, terrifyingly in between. The incident at Chandler 5 years ago. It had been Jack's death. The bar isn't a confessional, Noah, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying over the sudden, oppressive silence. It's a larder, a vessel. I draw them here. Their pain, their regret, their unfinished business. It's ambrosia to the collector, and in return. He paused, a strange, ecstatic expression flickering across his face. I get to stay. I don't fade. I don't get claimed. Marigold's killer hadn't been some random patient. It had been Finch, experimenting, and Jack had been his accomplice, his heir. The subsequent victims, the spirits drawn to the last call. Jack had been curating them, keeping their agony fresh, feeding them piece by piece to the entity beneath our feet. Briggs' daughter, Sarah, hadn't just stumbled upon a cold case. She'd been targeted, her vibrant, youthful spirit a delicacy for the collector. Lured in by Jack, the thrumming from the pit intensified. The very floorboards vibrated. The shadows in the corners of the bar seemed to deepen, to coalesce, taking on vaguely humanoid shapes that writhed and twisted. The spirits who had been lingering, the faint regulars, cried out, a chorus of spectral terror as their forms began to waver, to dim, their ectoplasmic essence being visibly siphoned towards the open trapdoor. Marigold's form flickered violently, her screams silent but tearing through me as she tried to shield the pit, to shield the locket, her obsession now a desperate protective act. Sister Camille stepped forward, a crucifix fashioned from blackened iron in one hand, a vial of murky liquid in the other. Abomination! You defile this sacred space, this nexus. The balance will not be undone by your parasitic hunger. She began to chant in Latin, her voice surprisingly powerful, resonant, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Jack laughed, a dry, rasping sound. Balance, sister, there is only hunger, and satiety. He raised the small silver bell, and it is time for the collector to truly feast. He rang the bell. The sound was not loud, but it pierced through the chaos, clear and chillingly pure. And from the pit, something rose. Not a body, not a shape, but a wave of absolute cold, of profound despair, a visible distortion in the air like heat haze over asphalt, but black, light devouring black. It surged towards us, and in its wake, the very essence of hope seemed to die. Briggs, roaring his daughter's name, fired his weapon into the rising darkness, the bullets passing through it with no effect, their impacts absorbed into the void. The true last call had been made, and the collector was answering. Issime spiritus, she thundered, the iron crucifix held high. Marigold, her spectral form flickering like a dying candle flame, lunged towards the pit, towards the skeletal hand still clutching the locket. She seemed to be trying to shield it, to pull it free. Her silent screams a counterpoint to Camille's exorcism. It was Brig who broke the horrifying tableau, his face a mask of primal fury and unbearable grief. He roared Sarah's name again and charged, not at the formless horror, but at Jack. He tackled Jack with the force of a battering ram, the two of them crashing to the floor, the silver bell skittering away across the grimy wood. The effect was instantaneous. With Jack, its anchor, momentarily disrupted, the surging blackness faltered. The intense pressure lessened. The thrumming from the pit became ragged, disharmonious. The spirits in the bar, those not yet fully drained, seemed to regain a sliver of solidity. "The bell, Noah!" Sister Camille yelled, her face beaded with sweat, her knuckles white around the crucifix. "The conduit! Break it!" Jack, unnaturally strong, was fighting Brig off, his fingers like iron talons raking at the detective's face. But Brig held on with desperate tenacity, roaring his pain and rage. I scrambled for the silver bell, its chill biting into my fingers. It pulsed faintly in my grip, resonating with the entity's foul energy. With a desperate cry, I slammed it against the sharp corner of the oak bar. The bell didn't break. It shattered, not like metal, but like black ice, exploding into 1,000 razor-sharp, light-devouring fragments. A soundless scream ripped through the bar, a psychic shockwave that threw me backwards. The rising blackness from the pit recoiled violently, imploding upon itself with a sound like a universe collapsing. Jack shrieked, a high, inhuman sound, his body arching, the faint light in his eyes extinguishing as if a switch had been thrown. He went limp in Brig's grasp. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sudden, aching emptiness. The remaining spirits, dazed and flickering, began to fade, not with terror this time, but with a kind of weary, translucent release. Marigold, her form almost entirely transparent, gave one last, sorrowful look towards the locket in the pit. Then at me, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. And then, she too was gone. Brig, gasping, pushed himself off Jack's still form. Jack Holloway lay on the floor, no longer a conduit, no longer an anchor, just empty, a husk. Whether he was truly dead now, or merely disconnected, I couldn't say. The thrumming from the pit had ceased. A profound, almost unnerving silence settled over the last call. Sister Camille sagged against the bar, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "It is subdued, for now. The vessel is broken. But the entity, it is bound to this ground, Noah. Ancient. It will hunger again." Brig crawled to the edge of the pit. He reached in, his hand trembling, and gently retrieved the tarnished silver locket. He clutched it to his chest, silent tears streaming down his face. Sarah, the sixth glass, her spirit, perhaps sensing her father's grief, her discovery, had found its release, not into the collector's maw, but into whatever peace awaited. The immediate aftermath was a haze of exhaustion and disbelief. Brig eventually called it in, a heavily edited version. A structural collapse, a squatter found dead. The pit was filled, concreted over by city workers who asked no questions. Jack Holloway's body was taken away, his death certificate citing unknown causes. A fittingly enigmatic end. The Chandler Institute's final, darkest secret was buried once more, though Sister Camille and I knew it was merely sleeping. Weeks turned into months. The last call, scrubbed clean of the physical taint of that night, reopened. It was quieter now. The oppressive, cloying sweetness was gone. The constant chill replaced by the familiar damp coolness of old New Orleans. Yet, the silence was different. It was the silence of a battlefield after the fighting has stopped. heavy with a new kind of awareness. I was different. The ghosts of my past, Sergeant Miller's questioning face, were still there. But they were no longer the solitary specters in my personal haunting. They now shared space with the memory of Marigold's sorrow, Jack's chilling smile, the absolute cold of the collector. My bartending became less a ritual of escape and more one of vigilance. I understood the rules now, not as quaint eccentricities, but as vital, fragile boundaries. The spirits still came, fewer perhaps. Their needs seemed less desperate, their confessions quieter, more melancholic. A musician still searching for a lost chord. A lover still waiting for a letter that never arrived. Unfinished business. The quiet hum of souls not yet ready or able to move on. I listened. I poured. I kept the numbers for the priest, the rabbi, and the imam close at hand. Detective Ronan Brigg became a semi-regular. He'd sit at the far end of the bar, nursing a single bourbon. He rarely finished, clutching Sarah's locket. He never spoke of that night, but his eyes, when they met mine, held a shared, unspoken knowledge. Sometimes, when the bar was particularly quiet, I'd see him looking towards the door, a flicker of hope, or perhaps just enduring grief in his gaze. He was waiting. Perhaps for Sarah to visit, to tell him she was okay. Perhaps for something else entirely. One evening, a young man came in, charming, with an easy smile, and eyes that seemed a little too knowing. He said he was new in town, a musician, looking for a bartending gig. He hummed a soft, jazzy tune as he looked around, a tune that sent a cold shiver down my spine. A melody disturbingly reminiscent of Jack's old repertoire. I told him we weren't hiring. As he laughed, I saw him pause by the spot where the old liquor cabinet had stood. A flicker of something. Recognition perhaps in his eyes before he disappeared into the French Quarter night. The hunger, I knew, would always seek a new vessel. I glanced at the antique mirror behind the bar. For a fleeting moment, I saw him, Sergeant Miller, not in torment but just watching, an unreadable expression on his face. Do you still listen if I return later, Doc? His voice echoed faintly in my mind, no longer an accusation, but a simple, profound question. A new spirit shimmered at the end of the bar, hesitant, their form indistinct, their sorrow a palpable ache in the air. I picked up a clean glass, the weight familiar in my hand. The thirsting veil, the thin membrane between this world and the next was still here. And I, Noah Reyes, was its keeper, its reluctant confessor. Rough night? I asked, my voice softer than I intended. Tell me about it. First drinks on the house. I paused, a grim smile touching my lips. The real house.